Are
Ready?
you ready, lady?
From MAX.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna open up the special meeting for our budget. It is February 5th. It is after 1 o'clock. It's actually 1:07 PM. And please call roll, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Malloy,
Here.
Mr. Bernard.
Here.
Mr. Hernandez.
Here. Okay, so Auditor Yoder.
Martha Yoder, Trumbull County Auditor. I am going to start with what you requested of, you requested yesterday at the meeting, the debt schedule. I do have printed copies for you, but I also want to refer you back to an email that was sent to you on January 10th that also contained them, so you'll have digital copies from there. The next thing that I wanted to talk about really quick before we get into taking up where we left off is, and I encourage you on the debt schedule, review it, and then if you have questions later, Christy or I can answer them, probably more Christy than me, but we can answer them, but I don't think we want to take the time right now to do that, unless you guys do. The other thing that I kind of wanted to address a little bit, because I think you guys need to understand a little more about how we come up with our estimated revenue. And also some comparisons from last year, and I don't have the sheet necessarily with previous years, but I can kind of speak to it a little bit. But let me look first of all at the sheet that I've been giving to you, the revenue sheet. This has our 2025 estimate and our 2024 actual. And I want to look at a little bit of that last year's versus this year and explain some things so you understand them. Last year's estimated revenue includes extra transfers that were made during the year for capital expenditures and over budget, most notably the sheriff's over budget. And those altogether about 2.5 million. It also includes the clerk's 2 million that was transferred. And so when you are looking at it, really it's closer to about the same as what we have this year, or a little bit less, 61 million. Revenue is stagnant for this county. And but expenses keep going up. And most of our expenses are, we have HR here, payroll, and increased salaries, hospitalization. Is it over the last few years, 25% increase?
It was a 13.8% increase alone over the last 2 years. So I have to go back and.
And the year before it was 10%.
Okay, so we have a lot of increase there. And we've tried to, Alex has worked really hard to kind of get some of those expenses absorbed by our employees as well. But that's a process because we have union contracts. And for example, I have a union contract that doesn't expire until next year. My employees that are union, my non-union are paying 12% of 25 rates, but my union employees are paying 12% of 18, which means my office has to absorb more of this. Going back a little bit further, in 20 and 21, we had CARES Act money that sort of supplemented our budget a bit. And then in 22, we utilized ARPA revenue loss for about $3 million to supplement the general fund budget. And that was, that gets placed on the sheriff's office. It was just used for the sheriff's office. It was really to supplement the general fund budget. We also had a real estate tax bump last year that gave us a little more revenue, but that doesn't continue. When we get, we have the mass reappraisals every 6 years. And then in between, we have the triennial, which is every 3 years. And so and last year's bump was really unprecedented, right? Property values, the market, we all understand that, right? The market made that bump happen. That's not necessarily going to happen again, right? So when we're looking forward, and we haven't done a forecast, we'd like to at some point, but we've kind of focused on getting through the budget. But understand that, we, you know, our revenues aren't gonna increase every single year. Or if they're going to increase, it's not gonna be by the time. Okay? Interest is one area that we were very fortunate over the last couple of years to take advantage of high interest rates. And, and also because we had that ARPA money that we were receiving interest on. That ARPA money is being spent down, that interest is gonna go away. We don't know how the rates are going to. So should say the treasurer's office has really given us a very conservative estimate. If you see the 25 estimate versus the 24 actual, you see a difference of about 1.3 million. And so we're being conservative, but we need to be conservative and responsible.
They do update that quarterly.
Right, and so, yes, as if we receive more, they'll update their estimates. We do have some really positive things on the horizon for this county. We've heard about a lot of those things, Kimberly-Clark, Amazon, some other things coming in. Hopefully, ultimately, that will increase our revenue. Sales tax, as people come in and buy more things, we'll get more sales tax, just automatically without an increase. Property taxes, it does affect that to a certain extent in that new construction. We generate new revenue off of new construction. So as people come in and build houses, we do get some more revenue out of it. But that's gonna take time. And for now, we have to figure out how we're going to fund this county. And we also have to remember that with that growth, there will be an increased need for services. That will also increase our costs. It's great, growth is wonderful, but it does increase our costs as well. Where we left off, I think I had something else I wanted to say, but I can't remember. Let's write it down, so I'm gonna leave it off for now. It comes to me and I will tell you. Where we left off is where we're gonna start, but I have a couple more things before that I want to give you. You had requested that I reach out to Carrie Delgado from Veterans for an explanation of her budget. And so I have that for you. You want one? Sure, understand. So if you look at the screen, can you pull up where my notes are? Can you make it visible? Yeah. So there was a little bit of, how to put it, questioning of why we had, we were looking at the 2024 award versus the actual. And part of the reason that I had her include that, we were trying to keep it, the sheet less busy, a little bit easier for you to streamline. And we felt that we know that the 2024 actuals also included some capital expenses. And that makes a difference. And some of them, particularly in some of the bigger departments, bigger offices. So I'm going to go ahead and go through. We've left the 2025 awards up there, and we've left. Did we do copies for them of this?
And
of where we're starting from?
they had those emails to them.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw a wrench in it real quick,
Yeah.
Commissioner Malloy. I'm looking at the sheriff. And I thought we were 19.5, we're 17.1. And I've been talking to Mark and Mike about this.
Can I finish?
You can finish, but I just, because I know Mark's gonna be looking at that, and he's gonna have
So
questions.
this was what we left off with. This is what
Right,
we
I
had.
got you.
So, and she saved it after we were done.
I hear you.
So, but just so you understand, so there were capital expenditures that were included, and we felt that because of that, we should go with the reward. I understand why you wanted to see the actuals, but there was a reason that we did it. It wasn't just willy-nilly. And I wanted to include some of that for you so you could see and allow for that when you're looking at last year's actuals. So on the three that I noted, I didn't go through every single one because some of them were much smaller, but the bigger ones is what I did. The prosecutor's office had a capital expenditure of $162,775 for software. The sheriff's office had a total of $436,897.67 in capital expenditures. So when you look at their actuals, it's closer to just a little bit over 18 million rather than 18.5, right? The Board of Elections had $261,563 in capital expenditures. And so it was closer to what their actual award was, to be honest with you, when you look at it, it was closer to 1.9 in what they actually spent on under. So with that, I'm gonna step out and let you, I'm gonna step out, I'm gonna step away from talking and let you guys have something. Right here.
With the sheriff's
All right.
one, this is still the amount that we had, was in there for the suggestion, how we went through that, you guys hadn't decided on an amount to put in there, you were coming back to that.
Okay.
You had some
I
various
just-
things, because I still have the formula in here and not a number.
Okay.
And so if you could see with the prosecutor's office where we took the formula out and put the number in there.
Right.
So,
I just,
yeah.
the only reason why I question is because I've been in contact with the sheriff and
Well, we left, it was, that meeting, it was 19.5.
I thought we put that in there at one point and then we took it out to see how we were doing with the other ones.
So
Right.
So we did put it there at one point, but then we took it out because again, we're still.
Well, here's
coming out
my
here.
question
I-
with it. Here's my question with
1.6
that. If we give them, let's say 18 million. And they really are requesting 19.5. And then they come along in November and request more money. So then you're gonna say that they're over budgeted, correct? When really that isn't true.
well,
I-
they're over
you know-
the budget that's been approved.
Right, so
Oh.
I think that needs to be clarified because, just like the old sheriff, he presented a budget, but he didn't get that. So I was under the impression that he was, he overspent when really he didn't. He asked for that money, but he didn't get it. And then at the end of the year, when they gave it to him, and everybody said he was over budget. So I just want to clarify that. So everybody knows, I mean, I think they're saying they need 19.5, correct?
Well, I mean, even the auditor that figured it out, that Chrissy printed out for me, figured out that we would need 20.8 is what they estimated to start with, right?
That wasn't ours.
I
That
mean,
was,
I provided
that
the
was,
document, but
that
that's
was, the
the,
document was from was from former Sheriff Monroe.
Sheriff Monroe was in at 22.
Yes, but
Yeah.
that included
That
other
included
funds
capital.
other than the general fund.
Right, that
Okay.
included capital.
Okay.
Or-
All right.
grant,
Well, I
they
wasn't
include
here for that,
grants and
so
special.
I don't know, but I
And again, I want to reiterate, I understand what you're saying, Commissioner. We know the sheriff's department is gonna be a work in progress, and that's what I'm saying. We're not gonna hold him accountable at the end of the year if he needs more money, because he's the one that we know. With a new sheriff coming in, the old sheriff had 8 years of data. He can go year to year based on what he did. With the new sheriff being in here and making the changes that he made, which I think many of them are for the better. We know that that's the one department that we're gonna give a tentative number to. And when more money comes back in through various means, we know that we're not gonna turn around and blame Mike Wilson for going over budget. This is something that we know we're gonna have to adjust with him, and then we're gonna gauge with the services that are out there and stuff to increase that along the road as we go quarterly. If there's updates, I would anticipate the sheriff's department will be the first one that we update when they come. At least that's my thoughts.
I would agree, and I've talked to the sheriff about it, and like Commissioner Malloy had said. We start with the budget and then any needed resources after that. We look at and appropriately to, especially the sheriff.
I
Yeah,
understand. I guess my concern is, especially for the sheriff, is if we need 1920 to operate on, and we know that's just to get by where we're at to operate on, because we're got overtime, you know, coming out a lot already, so that we don't have enough people, is that if you approve 18 million and we need 20, and you know that you're gonna have to give us $20 million by the time the year's end, what's gonna happen, the same thing that happened to Sheriff Monroe, is he comes back in for that 2 million or whatever he needs, and then it's out there always over budget and everything. I mean, because that's all we heard coming in. This guy is destroying the budget. He's over budget by $2 million. Whether it's true or not, the public doesn't know what's going on in the situation. And then the sheriff is going to look like we didn't do well budgeting. That's a concern.
I just want to interject a couple of things. I thought of one of the things I wanted to say before. Because and I don't want to backwards and I don't want to get too far off, but when we sent out, when Christie sent out our January sales tax numbers, we were above what we had anticipated. And we were asked the question, does that mean we reassess our estimated resources or estimated revenues? And the reason that we don't do that is we utilize those monies for things like capital expenditures so that we don't have to go into our reserves. Today, I didn't get to listen to all the meeting, but I did hear the assurance that we're fiscally sound. Well, the reason that we're fiscally sound is that we have reserves. We have 14.5 million in reserves, but we don't want to go into those for operating expenses unless we absolutely have to, unless there's an unanticipated emergency, unanticipated things like even unanticipated retirements. That's an acceptable use of those funds, but we don't go into our savings. You don't live on your savings at home unless it's an emergency. You work, right? You bring in more revenue. So I wanted to make sure that that was clear. The other thing, because Mr. Danzo is not here today, I will just kind of reiterate what our intent on this is not that you're going to set the final budget in these meetings, but that we are going to take back what you are offering to the departments and the offices. They need to come back and let you know if they can do mandated services on those funds. If they cannot, they need to explain why. You guys, as we do this process, not necessarily today, but as we do this process, you have to keep in mind that we have to do what we're statutorily mandated to do as a county. If we can't afford to do that, then we have to look at some other things, including maybe going into reserves, but then looking at and I, to be honest with you, I think we have enough to do what's mandated. However, if you want to do more than what's mandated, then you have to think about how you're going to do that. So today, though, I think you guys need to come up with, you need to get it, I would like to see you get it a zero variance, meaning at least zero variance or a positive variance, but not a negative. And then let us communicate to the departments and the offices what that offer is. And then with that question. If you want our help to do this, if you don't want our help to do this, we'll be glad to turn it back over to you guys and you guys can communicate with the departments and the offices.
You seem to be in a better mood today, so I'd rather stick with where we're at now.
Well, nobody's disrespecting me yet today or my
Okay.
employees.
So with all this in mind, we left off with, I think it was 1.6. But we have to revisit.
And
I believe we have to
I do want to tell you guys something else. I don't want the number that's there for me to imply that I think I can do mandated services on that, because we haven't had time to look at our own budget because we've been dealing with the big budget. Just so you understand, I wanted to make sure that it wasn't, I didn't want it to be a surprise if I'm one of the people that comes back and says, I can't do it.
We put the number in there,
Understood.
doesn't necessarily mean we.
Okay. sorry, go
Yeah,
on.
live, but yeah.
Did we
But-
use all of the share portions already?
I'm sorry.
So, wait, okay.
Well,
Like we
So,
gave the
we're gonna need to
600,000
look
back
at the
to
sheriff first, I think.
CSEA.
Oh, the department request?
Yes,
Or the
I'm
other
sorry.
departments, that's okay.
Right,
So I don't
no,
know,
we didn't really
Okay,
fix
so
it at
commissioners-
CSA.
That's what, so this still is kind of. Yeah,
can I make a suggestion, just because we had talked before, you know, these are other departments and other entities requesting money from the general fund. Do we want to focus on the general fund first?
Mhm.
And then figure out what we have left over to give to those other non-general fund departments and other entities? It's just,
I mean, if
I mean,
you feel that's best, I would disagree with it.
so it will at the very least
I don't know
show
if
you
you-
how much you will have left.
Christie, you need to mention your name. We need
I'm
to be
sorry,
a little
this
more
is the
conscious of that.
auditor's office.
Thank you.
No problem. It's just, it seemed like
Just yell at me.
maybe it's the order we put them in before, how they were reported to the commissioners in the past. But it does seem like mandated first and then taking care of the general fund second, and then the other funds and entities.
I agree. I think that's a good, that's a
So,
good.
so do you want
I
us
agree.
to zero those out
Or see
or
what you have
No.
left.
no? Okay, that's fine. You just want to leave them where they're at for now.
Well, only because if we zero them out, unless we like do a snippet and save it, so that way we can see what we were
Well,
at.
no, but I
Oh,
do
yeah,
like,
You do that.
We can do that.
I do like we kind of adhere to, you know, the 17% they came up with last week. That formula, I don't wanna go backwards from that. I think we made progress with that, and so by
It's your budget.
removing those numbers, I don't wanna.
It is
Okay,
yours.
'cause I could copy and paste those and put those over to the side, and you could come back to them and have it.
So what they're telling you though, Commissioner, that your variance will continue to be a little bit off, because they already have those numbers in there, as long as you're okay with that. Okay. All right,
All right.
So where do you wanna start?
with the general fund.
Okay, ours, I think we gotta leave that where it is. When we looked at what we spent, our actual, it's up to us to work with, we don't go backwards on services. So that's my one thing with all this is to not go backwards.
I agree. We were at, originally, we were at 23% of the budget. And I think it's about where we were discussing 15 to 17.
I mean, Commissioners
Commissioner,
Alex
all right.
and Jency Bush, I thought 17 might be safe, but again, we really have to go finish those numbers too.
Right.
I knew anywhere 15 to 17 might be safe, just dependent on the raises. and
Well, it says
everything else.
1437 now, but that's gonna change as the other numbers change, so.
Well, that was part of the suggestion. We haven't changed anything on that. That's still the formula in there, so just an FYI.
Or you won't sit here and we'll walk, so.
We're going down to the,
So that one is still the formula.
Still the formula.
Okay.
Treasurer, we looked at, we thought that's gotta kind of stay in the ballpark, I guess. If we had the actual with the treasurer of 1.042, maybe we can shave that off a little bit there. To work within what the same was, if we're following that same guideline that we followed as commissioners. And maybe 1.1, it's only 100,000, but
You, Commissioner Alex Stephen Jency Bush, you can absolutely do that again into your budget. But that will not account for their increase in wages and their increase in insurance, and I already have reminded you that the past 2 times. So they will go over budget, but that's your choice.
at least we have a budget, we know.
So how much do they need for wages and
Well, if they were awarded 102, or their actual spend last year was 1.042,
Mhm.
and you're suggesting at giving them 1.1, that's only,
but how much do they need?
well, I'm gonna say that you're gonna take that 1.042 and at least multiply that by their employee expenses. Hold on, let me give you there. I can tell you exactly.
You know, we gotta look too, how much overtime did they have last year, the ways they can cut back on that. Every little department's gotta look at stuff that's non-mandatory,
I
what we
agree.
can save.
However, I can tell you that the treasurer runs a very tight ship.
Sure.
Christie Cesaric Auditor's Office, they're one with a overtime, but they're collecting and reporting all of the property tax revenue with their,
Well, we gotta look too, how much overtime did they have last year, the ways they can cut back on that. Every little department's gotta look at stuff that's non-mandatory, what we can save. Sure.
I downsized, I don't say downsized.
They have a very small
Very,
staff.
very small
Very,
staff.
very small
They,
staff.
all the money that is coming in for this tax on is going through the treasurer's office.
Yes. I would just caution you on certain departments that I know are already at their minimum. That if you cut, that will be a huge decrease in services and ability to collect taxes for this county, which then put money back into our revenue pockets, right? And our investments. The treasurer's department also does our revenue. All right, let me get that treasurer so I can get you that answer, Commissioner Bernard. I should use put them out.
We're going through that.
We did, and I had looked at their numbers last week. But I'll do it again, I don't mind. Hey, that's my job, right? So it's on day 2. Day 1.
We can move on, I mean,
Yeah.
whatever it is, it is.
I mean, if you wanna change it to 1.1, all I can do is just caution you, and I will get you that actual number here in a second. Alright,
I mean, 1.2 isn't excessive, is it? I mean,
No.
That's about where it needs
Not at
to
all.
be. I mean,
it is absolutely, I mean, I wish.
I thought that's what we said last week and, you know, just leave it alone.
And commissioners, I do wanna make sure you also understand that this is them operating on their own at a lesser. So they've held steady. As of 2021, they had 12 employees. At 2018, they had 13. Okay, they've held steady at that 11. They have vacant positions that they have kept, you know, in their table of organization that they're not filling. Again, to my point, they are running a lean, mean machine, truly. Truly.
All right, next,
That's what you said
Yeah,
that
we have a
last.
long discussion about that. I don't think you're touching that.
But then again, we were talking with a lawyer that litigates for a living and knows how to talk pretty good and sell his thing. There are 2 positions that were grant positions we never had before. They were only brought on because of grants. They lost a grant. Is it the taxpayer's responsibility to keep those positions on? When they operated without them before, and they were lucky to have them under a grant. You know, those positions are costing us pretty much $500,000 now.
Yeah. It is what it is, so.
It's like picking which child you know, doesn't get to eat today.
Well, I just know that Danzo had a real long discussion with us, with the prosecutor, and that's pretty much where we were. Right? Unless you want to cut the budget. But, I say we have to leave it there. Right? Prosecutor?
yeah, I think we leave it there for now, let's see what's going on. Here's the one that I question. Sure.
One that,
Well,
I mean,
Ms. Auditor, when we gave the sheriff that extra money at the end, is that including that 18.5?
Yes,
Then I would say 18.5 is where,
but it also includes the, $500,000, $436,000 in capital.
what was
They're
that
not
for?
operating.
I would have
The
to
body
think then,
cameras, The
right?
radios.
And we had raises, we know that, we had raises for the units. They're gonna be into there, but to bring them up to exactly what the same service was that was provided last year. Without cutting any fat, without doing any control. That 18.5 number,
Can I interject a second?
yes,
So Alex gave us a spreadsheet for our employees. Mark Manning, Chief Financial Officer of the Sheriff's Office. Gave us a spreadsheet. So we ran every single one of our employees. Their salary, this is without any overtime. And understand we spent over $3 million last year on overtime. So we ran this without overtime with the pay raises that it's going to be in the jail and in the sheriff's office. Every single one, every single thing that they have, Alex gave us this to run so we could see where we would be with what we have now without even adding. It's coming out to $20,500,000
Without overtime?
without overtime. 20,500,000 just to pay the people we have. This is exact. Alex.
How is that $2 million more? We gave $2 million in raises last year. Can't be.
I'm just
Across
telling.
6 units? Absolutely.
Alex and I worked on this, we went across the board on
So
this.
Commissioner, when you give a raise, okay, that then drives up your first 14%. It's not just simple as your base salary goes up. These deputies, sergeants, units all got hazard pay increase. They got shift diff increase, and I'm talking significant, 20 to 60, some went from 40 to 60. That's
Exactly.
20 cents on the hour on top of their base rate. Then when you raise somebody's salary, their PERS percentage goes up with that. So everything goes up. Their workers' comp percent goes up. That's why I gave him that spreadsheet to show you realistic costs. Okay? The only thing that will ever stay consistent from an HR perspective is 2 things. What your healthcare cost is, I give you that consistently per month.
Yep,
okay.
we got
I
that.
set those department charges back in November.
Yep.
And the other thing is life insurance, which is so minimal,
Right.
but it's $130.12 a year for an employee. Those are 2 consistents. Everything else is an algorithm or, methodology based off of how much they're making. And then the percentages are derivative from there.
Right, everything goes up. Now,
Correct.
that's not including.
Longevity payments.
Longevity payments.
One of their units went from $4 a month longevity payment to $6.
Yes,
That's a huge increase when you have a very, and I'm gonna be honest with you, what I saw when I sat with them was they have a very, very large tenured staff. So most of their sergeants and lieutenants, 27 years plus. So they're getting $6 a month in longevity for every year after 5 years of service.
exactly. And on top of that, you've got to figure that, if we're running at the same exact staff, that we're not able to add any staff, we're gonna have that 3 million overtime on top of it.
So that's 5 million, 5.5 million that you're short right now.
Ask Alex, we ran it. This is exact. This is not guessing. This is not adding 3% to their pay. When I was doing it
This is
before.
with their increases from the contracts.
Yeah, this is with the increases from the contract, and it's not even probably the full increases that our administrative staff is going to get. I cut that in half. So we're thinking, they're gonna get a certain number, I cut that number, in half. So if we run overtime with the 3 million, you're talking 23.5 with what we have. No cuts. We can't add, still don't have enough people to cover the jail. People are getting mandated overtime constantly. We have mandated overtime in the sheriff's department, with the officers. So that 3 million is going to show up again, especially if we can't, we don't have the money to hire.
No.
I understand the budget, and I'm not saying here, I'm sitting here trying to fight for 25 million. I'm just telling you that this is where we're going to be at.
And then commissioners too, just in the last week, again, Alex Stephen Johnson Bush. We were down 1 kitchen staff, we just lost another.
Janitor down.
Yeah, we're down 2 administrative assistants, we're down 1 janitor who just put in, we're down a CO who just put in. So
We're down
literally,
to, and we need 2 captains that have not been replaced.
so I'm not advocating by any means. All I can tell you is the board gave strict instruction last week to have somebody help the sheriff get a legitimate cost. What I gave him was a spreadsheet that I gave all of the other departments, AKA your prosecutor's department, where you see a legitimate cost, so on and so forth. So yes, those aren't my numbers, but that is my spreadsheet. That is how we come up with the numbers. And we are, every time I turn around in my email, they're asking me to post for a job because, it's constant turnover. It's a hard environment to work in. The jail is a hard environment to work in. Police safety services are a hard environment to work in.
We need literally to hire consistently in the jail, just to kind of keep people. It's a very tough job, it's a dirty job, and it's just a consistent. And we've got to get enough people in the jail to stop this mandatory overtime, or we're just gonna lose a lot of people. We've been told that they're not gonna continue to do this. You take a single mother that's working, that needs to get home to take care of her child and has a babysitter, and it's basically you work or lose your job. She's not gonna stay around.
That's what 911's been doing for 3.5 years.
I understand. I'm just saying,
Which
that's
is why
another
our
problem.
harder staff.
Yes,
It's the
another
same-
problem.
It's the same.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. And then commissioners, real quick before we move.
Did we come up, auditor last week? She had asked. Did you figure out what your minimum
That is that.
amount is of,
This,
But it,
that's just the courts and the jail, that's it, period?
Oh,
What the
you
minimum
could-
is?
You could back that out.
I can back that out, just take everybody, but
But
we
that will
still
allow
have
him
to
to do
provide
that.
services for the road. We're still mandated ORC. We looked that up. We don't have to just cover the courts and that. We are mandated to provide some protection services. You look it up in the ORC, it was looked up. And so just providing for the courts and for the jail is not all the sheriff has to do.
No, we understand that. I just want to see where our baseline is to go up from there and what, like Portage County, the same thing. Their sheriff asked for 8 million more. And they said no, and they backed it up by saying, here's the ORC, here's what you have to do. That was fought, that was challenged, it was won in 2023. 2024, he asked for another 4 million on top of it, and it was denied. And for the same reason of, here's what our budget is, here's what we have to do, and they
Right,
had based
well,
on
we're
that.
certainly not asking for that, any type, near that type.
Well, if you just said 25 million is what you need, and we,
I-
and
Well, I'm just saying, but this is where we're
18
gonna,
last year, it's
Alex asked me to run the
6 million.
exact numbers and
Well, that's not
That's what I
true.
did.
They spent 20, how much did they spend last year?
18.5.
No,
No, that was just out of the general fund.
Right, how
He's
much,
correct.
how much was the total sheriff budget last year?
well, we're only looking at
You're only
general, but
looking
go
at
ahead.
I want to say that spreadsheet I gave you, that's where you were getting that $22 million from. So there are special revenue funds, for the sheriff's office.
say your name,
There,
Chrissy.
sorry, Christie's Hysteric Auditor's Office. There are grants.
So, Martha, you're in Trumbull County Auditor's Office. One of the things I've been sitting here passing notes with Christie is, we probably should re-examine the estimated revenue from the contracts. And that was entered in by the previous sheriff. Now, that could open up a can of worms, but it could also make things a little bit better, depending on if it was done properly or not. So I'll have Christie do that this week, just in case we can maybe pull up the revenue numbers a little bit. That would help.
That would be extremely helpful. We didn't get that far, obviously. I think I about took him out when I gave him what I had to have them do. That was a lot in itself.
And 10 hours to do it.
Yeah, well, yeah, welcome to our world, Mark. Yep, that is what you, yep. So, I built it for him, that was, and I helped, explain the math. But what we weren't able to do, to your point, is we were able to look at what the expenses would be as far as employees, but we weren't able to revisit that revenue aspect. And you might be correct. I know Mark and I disagreed a little bit last week. I think he envisioned a little bit more coming in than what I think realistically is gonna come in revenue, just because I had caught those contracts. Also, a key point is, we have to look at when those contracts start and end. So if it's for the school year, fiscal year, we may be stuck with this through 2025 on some of these school contracts. So then we realistically can't increase those until 2026. But I don't know. We
But
have to look.
they're yearly. The other ones are MOUs. This is what I have. That's the $4 million is the estimated revenue for the contracts.
Can you check what we've got? Like,
That'd be good to know.
What we had as far as
Like how much the revenue actually was.
when the spreadsheet.
Now, we know some people aren't paying,
For the entire.
Up.
It's gonna be hard for this.
but 4 million is what we have in contract revenue. That's everyone right there.
What we actually put in as their.
And then commissioners, just so, because I promised you an answer while they're looking at that, the treasurer's office, roughly 1.221 in employees and healthcare. That's for all 11 employees. So if you cut that down to 1.1, like you
Wait.
are thinking.
The revenue that you're estimating that they have is was that contracts or just for everything?
That's contract revenue right there.
This, I didn't estimate, this is Mark's
Okay,
estimation.
okay, that's the 4 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So this would be all the SROs, the police service
Correct,
contracts,
it's everything.
and tag, it looks like too. Grant, state grants. Well, maybe not. What's, I'm sorry, is tag, I don't have my account funds with me, I'm really sorry. I think tag is
Tag
the
is 105.
105. Yeah, tags in. 105, those are all zeros. Okay, no tag in here. They're all the 105s are at zero. Want to make sure. So that's not anything. Are we looking at the contracts that only hit 001?
I have,
Because he's got other
I have
ones.
1.7 million.
Right, that's the difference, I
That's
think.
what goes into, to general fund,
I see.
1.7.
So
So,
that would be the school resource.
Well, that's how
officers
much,
and the,
that's how much went in 2024.
2024.
And there's, yeah, there's a lot of
And we-
people that aren't paying too.
Right.
so for example, Chris, what's the 134 account? Revenue 134,
That's Marine Patrol.
okay, 205. Nope, that's a zero, I'm sorry, 206.
That's for COVID-19, but it hasn't been used for a while. It has a zero.
Well, they're anticipating $4,138 of revenue in there.
Or, are you sure it's the?
I'm positive. 206,000.
Well, I think that was last year. That's not an estimate. That was last year's.
That's November's budget, is what it says,
What's the
2025.
Mark's good?
Okay.
206, is it
Okay, then
206?
that's what Christie gave you.
Well, that's what's in the central budget.
It is in central budget,
What
is
is
what I'm
that
saying.
code?
So it's 206,
The last
000,
one, the last
1420.
segment, 1420. No, the last segment on there. Oh, they don't have the segment?
No,
Oh, okay. let's
I'm
see.
sorry.
It's okay. 22 here, so, yes.
There it is, right there.
So they've been, unfortunately, what happens in Munis is, when we upload the new budget, it takes the prior year numbers and each department's supposed to go in and update, and if they don't update it, it just keeps pulling the prior year. numbers
So we
forward.
could zero
So
that
as you
out.
see, right, yes. In 206.
And then
And
there's.
honestly,
others.
I actually need to reach out to Mark about 206 anyways, because those are, like I said, other general funds, other than general fund, I'm going through each of those right now. And making sure that they are set by revised code, that the grants are updated with the revenues and expenses. So I'm in the process of that right now. I just finished the 100s, the state grants, and I'm getting ready to start the federal grants, which will be the 200 funds.
We're
So
sitting-
we'll be talking about that later. So,
Yeah, because we've got, that's not the only one, I just want to make sure, there's a bunch in 206, 237, 260, and then 710, which we know is different,
No,
710 is.
we're not doing 710 anymore.
So they've got to fix that to. See what's in.
Yes, I will get to the 700s, but yes.
Perfect, all right,
In 2024, we started phasing out 710 and we have phased
Yes.
them out.
yes, yeah.
Mhm.
So really what we want to
710
do
is-
is we want to
The
just
sheriff's
add
rotary,
all.
that's where those SROs
Contracts
and
were-
the different, like JFS and veterans contracts were taken care of. But, we worked with, the other administration, the auditor state's office, and we took it out of 710 and put it all into general fund. Because what we were doing is the payroll was coming out of general fund and we were doing journal entries to transfer to 710, and it was very time consuming for the staff there. And then our financial statements, it all got combined anyways into the general fund. So they said, well, why are you even doing that? It's not efficient. So we phased it out in 2024.
So realistically, we're only looking at the 001s then, right? And I'm just kind of gonna give what I'm showing, they're saying they're going to bring. So they're estimating on here, it means 2.35 roughly in contracts to the general. Which is different than your 1.
1.7 was actual last year, and what they revised, but what they had estimated was 1.9 last year
Okay.
Okay.
for the
But
contracts.
what is in central budget that they estimated for this year? That we're including as our estimated revenue? Estimated.
Okay. I got 2.35, but I mean, I could have messed something up. I was
So
doing
we'll
on my
leave it
phone real
alone,
quick.
then we won't.
So
We won't
2.6
need to-
includes, 2.6 includes what?
It's just the general fund estimated revenue
It's just
And
these ones.
the rest is coming straight to us. That's what you're
to
saying.
your other fund.
All right,
General fund is 001, anything other than that is
Right.
your,
Right,
is a sheriff's office fund.
yeah.
So 2.6 is currently though pretty safe is what I think we all just kind of.
yep, we don't need to revise it.
Except that we do know that the goal is to shore those up all the
Sure.
time.
Right, and part of the problem that we have is we kind of have to go off the information, Martha, you're from county. So we have to go off the information that we have presently.
Currently.
We can't look at what might happen, right? Now, that's where revisions come in later. We talked about coming back in July or June, if early or whatever, to reassess where we're at with everyone. So that if we need to do, if we have more money and we can do that, we can do it. And also during that time, not just, but I mentioned my own office has some ideas for generating some income, and hopefully by that time we'll know if that's gonna work. And I know that, Clerk of Courts is doing the same kind of thing. So, it's not completely bleak, but we need to just be very serious about what we do here. Or I think, should say you do. I don't have a vote.
All right, so we're
First,
on the share. What are we gonna do? I mean. Danny, you said 18.5.
I still like 19.5 better
I do
with the
too.
raises that we had. And I think that will maintain the service that we had, cover the raises and give a good starting point for the new sheriff to craft his department in the future of that department without hindering him.
I agree.
I can live with that as a starter point. I can't live with 17.
Commissioner?
No, if he says he can live with that, I'm fine with it.
I mean, there's nowhere else you can go. I mean,
so just to point out,
I'd like to have more that we could hire someone, but I mean,
We're at status quo right now.
I know, that's so I'm being reasonable and
We're not going backwards. We're not going forward. We're not going backwards at all. We're holding our ground. Is
right. And I appreciate that you're willing to work with me down the road.
and I make that commitment 100% that when I see money coming back in.
Well, I just, and I agree with you. I just think that, we can't say that he's over budgeted if he needs more money. I think
Right.
we
Well,
need to clarify that.
Martha, you're from county auditor.
And that's up to us. I think that's up to us.
It is, and it's a different situation, to be honest with you, because, and I want to be careful how I speak. There was not great financial management in the previous year. I saw that. Right? I don't see that here. I see somebody trying really hard, all right?
I think we all are.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we, from my office, from my perspective, Not so much this time, because honestly, he asked for more money than he needed. That was my concern. I wasn't as concerned about the over budget as I was being asked, we need 2.2 million, and they didn't need 2.2 million. That was what I came to the commissioners with, all right? So we tried very hard, not, because we know that we can never, a budget is an estimate, a budget is a guess, right? Best guess. We know that, and we know things change. We don't say that. And even with regard to 22, you'll note that even when I just spoke about it, and I spoke about how the general fund was subsidized by ARPA to the tune of almost $3 million. It went to sheriff's office salaries, but both of us, whenever we've spoken about this publicly, in commissioners' meetings and workshops, we've been very, very careful to say that, because we know that that was the truth. It wasn't the sheriff's office. It was the way things were done back then. And we understand that. And you can be sure that we're not going to be shame-shaming. You know, we're going to try to work to make sure that we get the services that we need. At the same time, we want to make sure that everybody is being really careful, not just these guys. All of us in this county have to do that. Every single one of us has to tighten our belts here. I want to point out, though, variance of 3.8 million right now. This may not be the time to say it, but that clerk of court's donation, there are no legal constraints on that. It does not have to be used. The MOU says use for the general fund.
I agree with you.
It needs to be, it can't be completely off the table. Again, you guys make those decisions, but I wanted to point out, because I think that the impression has been given that 2 million has to go for something special. Well, keeping our county going is pretty darn special. So that's just my 2 cents on that. But I will let you guys get to it, going back up to where we're at.
Well, we were gonna designate some of that 2 million to police, to sheriff cars,
Security
Safety,
security.
county.
and maybe some to 911.
Right,
I mean, I don't know.
I
know what
don't,
you're saying,
I
but-
honestly, I'm the one that got the phone call. When it was said, on how the money was, the intention of what the money
right, I
was.
understand that, but you also have to go by what you.
I understand, but I'm not one to welch on a bed either and say, hey, yeah, we'll take this money. Thank you for it. You worked hard for it. You want something special with it. She didn't have to give it to us at all. That money could still be sitting with the clerk of courts.
And
And we
again,
have no
this
access.
This is your decision.
So that isn't just a free thing from her.
I agree with that, but also, you know, she's used general fund money in the past around her department. So, you know, while I appreciate the gift, I wasn't here, but I appreciate it, but we have to make hard decisions on how we spend it, and I don't want to just waste it. But I mean, I don't want to put it in the salaries. If we need to put it in the items that we need.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I don't think we're there yet.
And we don't have to spend it all. I mean, we can just spend a little bit of it, but I think security, you know, definitely, you and I both know there's some security
Sure.
issues that have to be addressed. You know, we put that there. And you know what, maybe we don't buy 6 cars, maybe we only buy 3 cars, you know, but I think we have to show that we're trying to turn over the fleet there, because we don't want to end up
I
where.
just don't wanna say, we can't figure out a budget, so let's throw the 2 million there to make us
Oh,
look,
I
make us
agree.
look like we can do
No.
better.
No, I don't think the money should go there. I think it should.
I agree.
I agree.
And we're on the same page.
You know?
I agree 100% with you on that. Because, you know, next year, we're not gonna have that 2 million.
Right, and I agree with you on that, on Martha Gator, Trumbull County Auditor, on looking ahead and understanding that that's why I explained, I went through the process of this, our revenue is stagnant. And we have to understand.
And I think that everybody, every department head, every department official needs to realize that.
And I think the lead started with Auditor Yoder. She came in with the way her and Christie do things for now. Secondly, when she did catch that request at the end of the year for 2.2 million, and she said, let me see the numbers, and demanded it, and went in there with her department to help out, she saved us $600,000. That could have been wasted into something else or into a department that didn't really need it at the time. So by us doing these steps here of all of us being fiscally responsible, that's what's gonna lead to us having more money to spend with the taxpayers. When we set the budget, there are things we're cutting here, but we listen to their demands. The only time I'm gonna shame on a department is if we set the budget, we give them their budget, and all of a sudden we hear someone's getting merit raises we didn't hear about, or someone's hiring employees that weren't budgeted, or someone's doing things that they never brought to us. Now all of a sudden they got more money than what they needed, so they have money to go be creative in ways they didn't budget to us. That's where I'll be upset as a commissioner. I'm trusting all these department heads that when we give them the money, we're covering the stuff they promised us where the money was going, or they know that we are trying to maintain right now and we're not trying to just promote and reward and grow on their own. This is the team effort with this thing. And I guess that's where, when we're looking at this type of stuff, if people run short at the end of the year, whether it be the treasurer, whether it be the auditor, whether it be the sheriff, and if they're staying within the budget they promised us, or staying within the plan that they presented to us, nobody's gonna get shame on that. We know there's increased costs with things. We know the insurance went up. We know there's some raises that are in there that I think we can responsibly handle that stuff as we go quarter to quarter to quarter to cover the bills for that and to pay the bills. It's just when people stray outside the pack, that's when, and go cowboy, that's what I don't want to see happen.
Great. Gentlemen, you are on recorders. Thank you.
They gave you a spiel last week and you guys, they had a report and, you guys had settled on the 1.2.
Right, they brought in one employee. They're mandated to fill a spot there by the union. I don't think there's anything we could do with this.
Coroner, you guys had settled on, this amount last week, because this is not a formula.
His real costs were 1.2. We're only looking at 50,000 more, and I do know in the last budget bill, the coroner got a raise. He's the only elected official. That was the state set that, not us.
I mean, when he comes in, he seems like he's very reasonable. I mean, he's not. Yeah, I mean,
Comment, please. They set it out last week.
Only asking for what they spent last year, which really surprises me.
On to domestic relations, this is what you set it out last week.
We discussed that earlier, right?
We did, then we cut it 400,000. After we cut it 500,000, it's basically 900,000 less than what he had hoped for. But he said he can live within the means of the number he has there.
You gotta leave.
To go further, I don't know.
Okay, this is what you set it out last week, this is not the formula.
Again, the judge made a good case when he was here. For what he does and the employees they have. We see what they really spent the year before.
Clerk of courts, what you set it out last week.
So a slight increase on what was spent by the old recorder. Again, we have to understand too, with the new person coming in, this is another one that's gonna need to be monitored quarter to quarter. Because it's a new chief up top that's hopefully gonna be as fiscally responsible or have things to live within the means. There may be some increase, maybe some decrease. I don't think we really know right now.
Commissioners, I worked with Randy, the new clerk of courts last week. And he did come up and he did show me the spreadsheet that Karen did use, which was essentially the spreadsheet that was provided to everybody else. Couple small changes, but him and I did work through some of those things together, and he feels okay with where he's at right now. So, and I also, just from glancing at the spreadsheet he had, again, feel okay that that's hopefully gonna be representative of their years. Again, hopeful.
I don't speak. Sean Shook, Trumbull County resident. You know, and we were pinching pennies and we're squeezing and we're squeezing, and we're squeezing the sheriff, and you know, it's so bad that, you know, we might have to use that $2 million that was gifted for general operations, the other thing, but yet I'm not seeing where you're squeezing the recorder at all. Now, you said there was a spot to fill, but yet she also created a spot, did she not? The recorder?
Right, she created a spot when she
That should
came
be
in.
her problem. The recorder and the clerk of courts were running like well-oiled machines last year. They had the best heads of the departments. And the clerk of courts has $1 million sitting there right now at his disposal that he could use. And you didn't squeeze him at all. You didn't give him as much as he asked, but yet you gave him more than they spent last year. We're squeezing our sheriff to death. Yet Randy Law's got $1 million sitting there to do what with? I mean, we don't have time for money to be laying around. I mean, if you're gonna put it to count, put it to count, put it to count.
Well, Alex, you feel comfortable with that number for the clerk of court, right? I mean, there's raises, there's,
I can't answer Sean's question. It's not my decision how elected officials staff their office. That's one thing that I need to understand. You're asking me to solve for something that I don't have the authority to
No,
solve
I
for.
wasn't lying. I understand what you're saying.
You know what I mean, Sean? I'm gonna be honest. If an elected official comes to me tomorrow and says, I wanna hire XYZ, if the board of commissioners is saying that's within your budget and that's within the general fund, then guess what? That every elected official has that opportunity to hire and staff their entities, their agencies, their departments as they so please.
No, I understand
Um,
that.
And those are two of the smallest budgets on that whole board
The
too.
only thing that I can speak to is, again, and I've been saying this for the past 3 sessions, the only thing I can speak to is the employee costs, and I'm not talking about the elected official and that employee cost, but that's for Ohio Revised Code, so.
Right.
I'm talking about truly the employees' costs, mainly tied to union contracts, that's what I'm concerned with. What I'm saying is that those numbers are reflective of that. If you cut that, you are violating a contract, you are violating a collective bargaining agreement. That's what I don't wanna see this board get into. Or, and I don't wanna even expound upon this, or we get into what's called a layoff territory. Okay, so that's where you're at, commissioners.
Where I was going with that was you could dial
What's your
him
name?
back and he can make it up out of his $1 million. You can still meet his need.
Yeah,
He can still fulfill his obligation. I'm not asking anybody to not fulfill their obligation or to violate the law. I'm not asking them. I'm just saying you can skim him back because he can make it up out of that. I mean, what's he gonna do with $1 million?
well, that would be not an HR decision,
I
but
get
that's a
it.
board
I
decision.
get it.
And there is a lot of income that comes up through him, and there's a lot of pay that's done
They generate
They
it.
out
do
of
generate
other
quite a bit.
departments. He's not all general fund related.
It's one more area where you can squeeze and get away with it. I mean, do any departments have $1 million to fall back on? Is there any other department in this county that has $1 million sitting at their disposal right now? I'm just saying, think of this before you even think of raising sales taxes or raising this or doing that, or not meeting needs or not filling obligations. I get it. I just don't understand why we're sitting on that $1 million if it's that desperate at times.
I thought he addressed that when he was here, but I can't recall what he said, you know. Maybe we bring him back in and ask him that, you know. But I thought he addressed it, but, and I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you. But while he's sitting on $1 million, the last one was sitting on $3 million.
And that she was able to give all back at the end. She
Well,
didn't
she
really
gave
need
$2
it.
million back.
That was all rainy day money building up.
Yeah. You know, I mean, we just bring him in and ask him, you know, what's his plans for that $1 million?
I think the people of Trumbull County have a right to know in the circumstances that we're in.
That's formula, that's not enough.
Yeah.
County courts, that's less than what was asked, but then again, we're dealing with a judge again too, that can write an order to put us right back where we need, and once we kick this back to him, we'll see what,
So
what
we have
happens?
Eastern and Central Court,
Question.
municipal courts.
Same,
This is still the formula, and this is one of the ones that we had highlighted to Christie's Hysteric Auditor's Office. That last year's actual was 611,000. The estimate was 551,000, but we don't believe anyone there has access to central budget to update the budgets. The majority of their costs are payroll costs, and so they don't actually get into our system to do a lot. It's just all generated through payroll. So, it's just a heads up on that. A little bit more on theirs, they have payroll and public defender costs, and public defender costs have been going up.
The board of commissioners has a question to. $2 million that carry on, and can't get to that to general fund. They're questioning, what the intent was for the $1 million, and we still have.
They were at 611
Please
last
think
year.
about that.
I mean, we cut them down another.
Well, that's just the suggestion of the formula amount, that's not what
That's
you
the
said.
formula.
Yeah, that's why it's highlighted,
Right, we never got to it.
yeah.
Oh, wait, let's see.
He didn't answer, but I don't know if it's stitched.
Definitely coming back to say they
Not with there.
Sorry,
Huh?
I'll try both.
Can you do with it? I mean, what do you want to do? You want to cut them 100 grand? I think you gotta leave it.
at the 459.
What do you think, commissioners? I don't
Well,
know.
they will-
I'm just shooting in the dark anyway. I don't.
I mean, we have to pay,
I mean, that's the
This-
judge, no, the judges are the only ones that are gonna know whether they can squeeze back in their departments or not. And they'll tell us.
part of
Well,
this
they
too,
need-
is the public defenders, payroll, and I believe public defender, And a public defender, we don't have a lot of, we can update the budget on those as we go along, but it just so you.
Because they're small.
And I believe we get reimbursed by some of the municipalities that use the municipal courts for the public defender, don't we? Isn't that what that Lordstown deal was and everything that?
We had talked about this a little bit last week, we didn't want to get too into it, it's just a Sarah Auditor's Office. When we went to do the contract last year, Shara realized that she couldn't figure out how those flat amounts were calculated. And so we kind of looked into it, we could not find any support on this at all. We reached out to other counties, they didn't know what we were talking about. We ended up reaching out to Public Defender's Office, and they came and met with us and with Shara. And a lot of the counties now do a per case by case basis, like, so we charge back with Warren City this amount per case. But we can't figure out how to get those cases. The Public Defender's Office does not provide that with us. They told us to go to the courts. The one judge called me back and said they would not be providing it to the courts, did not respond to me at all. And then we thought, well, maybe we could check with the sheriff's office and do like a bed count, like I talked to the jail. And he said that. Are you sure? Wait. A lot of the municipalities will throw on a higher revised quote onto it, so they don't charge it back to the municipalities. They for it.
So,
But we are hoping that we can work that out this year and maybe work with the commissioner's office to get kind of your guys' support behind this, so that they're not just not responding to me, they're not responding to you.
well, and Martha, your Trumbull County Auditor, and last week when
Okay, thanks.
Clifford Courts Law was here, we talked about working together to try to come up with a way to work with the municipal courts to get those numbers. We want to sit down with our consultant one more time on this issue phone call, possibly including clerk of courts or possibly dealing with me. But but we'll just me, but we do plan to work on it and try to address it. And again, this is important. It's important to try to get as much revenue as we can. But that becomes, again, sort of fighting around the edges. Those are important things, but we still are nipping around the edges when it comes to revenue, right? We want to try to collect as much as we can.
Your flat rate was well around 75,000.
Yeah, it wasn't-
Total for all the
Yeah,
municipalities.
so it wasn't, it's not a ton of money, obviously,
It's nice.
every penny, and people who know me well know that I'm very much a penny pincher in my personal life. Or as my son likes to refer to me, he's cheap. And I very much am, and I agree that, if you take care of the pennies, the dollars take care of themselves. However, it is just nipping around the edges on some of this stuff.
So these are the municipal courts, the accounts, and you see we have like witness fees, juror fees, mostly it's payroll. There's the elected officials, acting judge, and court employees for Warren, along with their payroll costs. Is that? See Niles, these are mostly just payroll costs.
And just to remind the commissioners, we're not paying for everything on these courts. We're not paying their whole budget. As she mentioned, it's mostly payroll costs. Mark Theodore, Trumbull County Auditor. It's mostly payroll costs. And it's because these municipal courts function in the same way that Central District and Eastern District do for certain parts of the county. For instance, Newton Falls Municipal Court is the county court for me in Farmington. So if I get a speeding ticket in Farmington, I go to Newton Falls Municipal Court.
So like Warren Municipal Court, we're not paying for Warren residents cases or Warren's portion of it, we're just paying for Champion, Howland and
We're
other.
paying for county cases that go to the municipal court.
Commissioners Alex Stevens, Johnson Bush, Human Resources Department, Randy Law said he does want to come speak to questions that the board is asking. He would prefer to come speak with you in person, so he said he wants to come as soon as he's done. He's wrapping up something important, and then he will come and answer any and all questions you have.
So what would you like to do with community courts?
Final pay.
The last year, they did 611,490. That was their act,
I guess they're asking for 550.
but
Right
they're
now,
not,
Four
that's what,
fifty.
just.
I don't know that they're asking for it. I think that was just what Munis put into their. When we start a new budget, we don't start with zeros in there. We pull the prior year budget, original budget.
So they didn't submit anything. This is
No, I
just-
don't believe any of their clerks have access to our accounting system because they're only getting paid a portion of their payroll is coming through here.
We'll make it 200,000.
And then even public defenders cost that is paid through here is paid through our office using their accounts. So they don't have access to this.
And I always wondered, and this is beyond me, but are the court districts set by state? I mean, why do we have Girard and Niles in Eastern? Why couldn't that be eastern half of the county, western half of the county, and then even Warren Muni? Why
I
can't
think,
they
I
get
think they're set by
combined?
the state, and there was some talk about one time about alleviating one of the courts, but
consolidating,
Yeah.
Martin Trumbull County Auditor, there was talk of consolidating central and eastern, in 2012. And I do think it's partially by statute and partially by how it was set up initially in. So I think there were statutory options, which is why we have a central and an eastern. I'm guessing we probably at one point had a western, and they just usually wouldn't do it that way, but I don't know. I don't know that for sure. But, and again, Mr. Danzo is not here to answer that question, but from when I kind of was sort of involved with the move to try to consolidate all those years ago. And my recollection from that is that, because I had to learn about it, was that it was, that it is statutory that you have to have county courts. Yeah, but that, there was, I think that it was something that was just chosen by the powers that be at that time.
See, I had a meeting, we'll bring it up to clerk law. he said his staff in the county courts across the street handles cases from all over the whole county, all of the felony cases and cases from what. But he said his budget for the staff that he pays there is the same as Central District Court and Eastern District Court. They have their own clerk of courts there with a whole staff for both of those courts. And he said he could do all of their work under his department for, I think, what he told me was a tenth of the cost by adding 1 or 2 employees to his department and not have that us paying all that. Yes,
But then you have the judges that you have to deal with.
I understand.
And
That's the problem there.
Mark the Trumbull County Auditor, I just want to remind the board that we have to deal with it as it is right now when we're discussing the budget. That is a future thing, just like I talked about trying to get some income, generate some income, more income from my office. I can't count on that. I have to budget from where I'm at. We start from where we are.
I think we need to bump up to 500 and see what they can do from there.
Oh, yeah, now.
It's 50 less than what they asked.
Go all the way down with it, given our page, please.
I know they just lost a few employees over at Muni Court. One of them was there for 42 years.
3.8.
Had to be a high paying salary that's gonna be replaced by someone lower.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
yes, we are. All right,
Okay.
Board of Elections is next. Oh, you're fixing that.
Yeah,
To do that.
that was another night change, right? This one's-
Mr. Alex Stevens, Bush, before we move on to that 500,000 for mini courts, is there a way maybe that we could help to shore up that number? Like, is there some way we could just, because I feel like that's kind of a unknown and we're kind of guessing and I'm just a little bit hesitant. Is there a way we can reach out to some, like, what can we do here to?
Well, and I feel, well, actually, remember, we're gonna reach back no matter what.
Okay,
So if Mark the Trumbull County Auditor, if we reach back to them and they counter and say, hey, we can't do that, then we'll know,
that's true.
right?
But there really isn't anyone in charge because you're talking 4 different judges,
I was
5 different judges.
This is their auditor's office. I had a question about something and I asked the accounts payable department if they had a contact person there, and we don't really.
Oh.
We don't, because we don't do accounts payable through there.
Okay.
They're not in our network.
Okay.
So
So
when
we send them stuff, we send it usually by mail. Yes,
Okey doke.
each one has its own, like, clerks and judges and. stuff
Well,
like
and
that.
again, here's one of those things. Because this is so small, right? We're talking Martha Trumbull County. We're talking about something that's very small. We're talking about the cost will be what it will be. If we have to over budget on that, it's not the end of the world, all right? And it's not gonna dig into our reserves in a way that some bigger departments or offices will be. I am comfortable with going ahead to set that budget, to leave it at 500 and see what happens.
We go with Board of Elections.
Okay, here I go again.
So,
Portage County has the exact same budget we have, 66 million. They have the same number of employees that we have. Board of Elections wise, they get a director, deputy director, they run the same elections we do, the same Court of Appeals, the same congressman, the same state officials, same number of commissioners, same number of county government, and basically about the same number of townships where they have to deal with trustees. And they've got some cities and stuff in there too, like Kent and other ones where they have municipal elections. Their office, they just gave them Portage County. When they did their budget and finalized it last month, they gave them 1.25 million. And that's for the same, everything that we do over here.
I want to, Martha Trumbull County Auditor, I want to point out, Trumbull County, or Portage County has $40,000, 40,000 less people than we do. Their population is less than ours, and that does make a difference in elections when you're talking about staffing elections, staffing boards of election for early election voting. Not defending their budget, I'm just explaining, and I think it's important to have facts. Now, looking at this, can you scroll over? Right, so their actuals, their actuals last year, and again, a presidential year, were 2.1 million. That included 261 to 53 in capital expenditures. So their actual operating budget is probably pretty close to what their award was in 24. So now take that back and then you guys can decide what you wish to do.
Right, and that was a presidential year
I
where
agree.
most counties, they budget 35 to 40% less work on their staff in a non-presidential year. Presidential years are the max. Then gubernatorial years with the state officials, they budgeted 25% less. When they get to a year after presidential year, they're 35 to 40% less. That is what they need operating costs, and that's based on statewide figures, and that was CCAO also. And like I said, next to us, they're operating on 1.25. Their board requested 1.7, they were given 1.25. And the question that I had also,
Have you talked to the president of the board?
not since the last time. When I brought it up to him initially with the raises, I talked to him and then I talked to Mr. Christofaro, who's also on the board. And explained, when they talked about these raises, $18,000 a piece, I was not happy with. Their answer was they were getting overtime and that's how much they had made in overtime. Now, I've been thinking about it more and more. And if any of our department heads approved giving themselves $20,000 in overtime for 2 people and the rest of the staff getting overtime, maybe there's a problem with the way they budget or where they budget their time. If they have to give away that much overtime when they're doing the same job that people do in every other county. Now, I understand overtime was removed last year. They were set at their salary and then they maxed out on comp time, which is still compensation for us. And that's also a department that I believe is still given 240 and 120 when they cash their money in. When they cash in, what do you call that, Alex?
Sick indication conversion.
Conversion, which is gonna cost us right there, boom, they could hit us with 400 times their salary or whatever. We gotta cash in with checks in March that comes out of that department. With that, which is more than the county average. And we've asked every department to go down to 80 and 40. They chose not to with their board. We asked us about the raises, they may choose not to again. We gotta rein it in somehow to be standardized with what the rest of the state does. All 88 counties have elections. They all do the same thing. With what the budget is here, again, when I look to our neighbor, see they're operating, they're doing fine at 1.25 in a non-election year. We're gonna want to give them $500,000 more. Why? But they just got a new building. I mean, all that stuff's capital. We get that, but what are they doing that other counties aren't doing? I understand there are more people. 40,000 more people is 40,000 more people. But that's what percentage of our population and what percentage difference would it be in voters? How many voters they had compared to how many voters we have?
So are you saying to take them down to 1.2?
I'm saying we could take them down a little more than 1.7, I think now, if they're
This
saying
was
that.
the formula that went to, this was not a number that you guys said, this was just based on the formula.
I mean, if you said that 2.165 actually included 260, they were only at
Yeah.
1.9.
Yes.
And now we only got them to 1.7 and from presidential year to non-presidential, we're leaving way too much meat on that bone.
Okay, what happens if they grant the pay raises?
That's on them.
I know, I'm just asking.
If they, that's on them. The public will have to decide that. The public will have to decide that. The parties will have to decide that.
I mean, we
The
can't
board
solve
members.
it, right?
No, they can cut their whole staff and just keep 2 people and pay them the world if they want. Apparently, as long as they live within their budgets, like the veterans.
Do we know if they granted those pay raises yet?
I don't believe that they were.
Good job.
We can probably get that information from, let me test.
But if they did, shame on them because they did it in a year when they didn't have the money to do it and went over budget. So
I'm texting payroll. I don't know if I'll get an answer.
But I think, like I said, I think if Portage can do it on 1.25, we could surely do it on 1.5.
Well, I mean, I don't disagree with you, but what did Portage spend last year? And what did we spend last year?
We spent 2.165.
Well, yeah, but we had 200 and some thousand.
1.8. So
So
I,
we, okay, so we spent 1.8, let's say, and let's see what they spent last year.
now it's still.
That too, want me to go then?
I know we had 519 paid poll workers in Portage County. That's got to be compatible with what we had. They have 129 precincts. I think we have 153. And they have 51 polling locations in Portage.
I'm just looking for a general idea of what, what they spent and what we spent.
Right.
Are you trained to find?
The Portage County, Alex Stephen Jonesy Bush, Human Resources Department. The Portage County Board of Elections requested almost 1.7 million, but was offered 1.25.
Yeah, but it doesn't show on there what they actually spent last year,
It doesn't anywhere near.
unless their budget's online on their website, which
The Board of Elections Deputy Director in Portage County asked the commissioners for a 7% pay increase for poll workers and voting location managers who now earn 130 and 135 respectively each election day. The raise would add $10 to an election day paycheck. We have 129 precincts, 51 polling locations,
You know what we get? Now, I had a
120, I believe. Less. Additionally, the Board of Elections there asked for a 6% salary increase, dismissing as insufficient the commissioner's 1.25 proposal. I don't think there is an understanding of the amount of work that our staff does. We do as much as we can to keep their spirits up, but if they are looking at the cost of living increases over the last 4 or 5 years, their compensation has not kept up with that.
it's something interesting. Look at the prosecutor's office. Read the part about the prosecutor's office.
Okay, are we looking at the same?
The same article.
Prosecutors. And they have a new prosecutor, right?
Payroll is checking on you.
I mean, the Port Prosecutor's Office requested 5.3 million, but was given 4.4. Look what we did with our prosecutor's office. 4.4. So we're right in the budget with what they do prosecutor wise also. Now,
Martha,
How many
County
do you have
Auditor
with us?
reminding you again, 40,000 less people.
Portage.
And
40,000 less people, but it's also a college town. They have an influx of additional 25,000 non-voting students that are in the county that don't reside there and vote there.
I think you're good at 1.5. That's a 250 bump from 40,000.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that number.
caught up on that.
This is a planning commission. And then this is still the formula amount.
I mean, there's nowhere we cut the planning commission and they've got their some raises that were last year. There are appointed economic team for us for the county. We can't prevent them from doing their job.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Next one. We're all, are these,
This is, Mark, your Trumbull County Auditor. If you recall, these are, this is the account where she pays out utilities for the building, things like that. And when you look at the actual, that's an actual what it cost last year. And we just, we know it's going up.
That's what she had saw back in last
so
week.
we're.
And again, we can nibble around the edges on this by, working, there's some things that we can do overall, Mark, the Trumbull County Auditor, overall to try to cut those costs. But that also means getting people to do those things. So you can't necessarily rely on it. I certainly think we could nibble around the edges there. And as far as, I think we need to put what we think we're gonna need in there, but I think we can also address that throughout the year after the budget is set with reminding people to turn off lights, those kind of things.
Let me ask you, you may know this. I think we got the building sitting at Chestnut, now it's vacant. I'm sure we got electricity in there, we have nobody in it. We cleared out in combined services, moving Diane over to a new office in there with Mary Beth and Mike Salamone now, so we cleared out another office that's vacant. Which hopefully we won't have to pay utilities on 2 offices now. Is there a way, can we sell the old health department building and get rid of it, get it off our hands, so we're not heating it, paying for electric, and just
Well,
paying insurance?
Advocated for that, but that's more of a Danzo question than a Martha Yoder question. I certainly think if we can unload some of our extra property, that would be good. That would be money that would go. Again, we could reinforce our reserves a little bit with it and then save on those costs. Absolutely.
Well, I think if we sell that, I think we should earmark that for 911.
Absolutely. Perfect. Yes,
Sure.
agreed.
Yeah, anything we do
Or
like
the
that.
corner or whatever, yeah.
Hey, I mean, everyone likes to collect stuff, but every now and then you gotta have a garage sale, and then so you can buy new stuff.
Martha Yoder, Trumbull County Auditor. I completely agree with you. I wasn't even thinking that. My brain thinks of let's suck some money away so we have it. So, but that's fine.
Well, the other thing too, commissioners, we haven't had an auction since I've been here. From what I understand, it's been like 4 years since we had an auction. We are paying rent at a bank building and we have a basement full of stuff, desks, office chairs, a whole parking lot full of vehicles on Panther. We've got stuff laying around that's just rotting and collecting dust, that if we can liquidate that stuff, that right there could be $500,000, 250,000, who knows? Who knows what, that's out there. But we haven't done that. And we're supposed to do these gov. Deals. We've got someone in charge of gov. Deals in our office. That's part of the job duty. We've never done it. And now we're losing Bill, who was the guy that kind of handled all the inventory of everything there. We really need to consider liquidating some of the stuff we're not using.
Oh, I totally agree with that.
The small stuff, Mark Yoder, Trumbull County Auditor, small stuff, again, nibbling around the edges, still great, still agree with it, but just understand, we're not gonna get a ton of money from our big garage sale.
Right.
It'll help, which is awesome, and I think perfect.
But at least we'll get rid of it.
And then, right, the cost of keeping stuff is, a lot of individuals get involved in this, right? We want to hold on to stuff as individuals, and the cost of keeping it is often more than it's worth.
okay,
So that'll be on the new guy's agenda as
Well-
soon as he hits the door, right?
Alex Steven Bush, Human
This is
Resources
the payroll
Department.
thing, so maybe
Before I look at this, let me just answer your question. I agree somewhat with Commissioner Malloy that it was a Bill Hart thing, but it's not solely just a Bill Hart thing. Bill probably knew where everything was needed and or hidden, if you will, in what building. However, Gov Deals is a function of the commissioner's office,
Right.
period. So that is a function of your clerk and their staff, okay? So that really is on your staff to facilitate that. Yes, they work very heavily with the facilities, managers and supervisors, and they have to obviously get everything to a central location and then set all that up. As well as through capital, then we also have to make sure that, you know, we look at their inventory sheets. Was it a, you know, how much was it? Was it an asset? You know, there's multiple, so it's a combination of the commissioner's office with facilities, even believe it or not, the auditor's office, and just understanding, you know, how that was classified and what makes it legal. And then on top of that, the prosecutor's office has to make sure that we do it correctly. I did put together a purchasing and procurement, including, but not limited to, how we get rid of assets correctly. I left that with the last board and it's never been approved, and that's about 85, how many pages was that?
That's quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I did a lot of work on it, so, I mean, you might wanna look at approving that, because it gives very good details on how to do all of this
Lisa, do you remember when the last auction was we had?
before my time here.
I don't remember any.
I
haven't been to any either.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just,
I thought they used to have the engineer's office, but that may not be correct. Something tells me that they used to have them out there.
We should do one.
They used to take the material out there.
Outside, yeah.
Chris Derek Auditor's Office. Some departments kind of do their own, like JFS does their own, I think Highway does their own, our data processing, our IT department does their own. So we have, I mean, there's been things out there,
but there
but
are,
not like a big overall
and
countywide
Martha, you're
one.
the Trumbull County Auditor, and probably the Commissioner's Office, I don't know that they own the most stuff, but they tend to own more, because they own the buildings, right? So,
Well, I agree with you, Commissioner. I think the first thing we ought to do is see if we can sell that building down here. I mean, how long's it been? It's just sitting idle,
A year now. Year, maybe year and a half.
and nobody, you know, it's gonna cost us too much to go into it, right?
And I know maintenance would want to just use it for stores, and once we start that, then junk accumulates junk, and the next thing you know, we got a building full of junk.
that we're tearing down, and
But Commissioner, you make a good point, because I do drive by that every night on, you know, it's just something that I do, and I mean, the lights are on, we have to have the lights on, you know, for safety purposes, so we are paying utilities on it. And I really think, again, don't want to get into this necessarily today, but I highly encourage you to go through this bad way, 107, I think it is, pages, which very sad to report to you that I did. I don't know why, but it was truly fun and I learned a lot. This will go into in-depth detail, actually, I've just kind of highlighted it for you as to what buildings you're still paying on. And what capital expenditures you're still paying on. So for example, the administration center capital charges have been allocated based on the, so that your administration building has been paid off. Your courthouse has been paid off. Panther Street Garage, decrepit but paid off. The stone building is paid off. Chestnut is not. Okay. There's still, because of subsequent renovations that were done, we're still paying a $1,255 annual charge on whatever was taken out to renovate, probably the basement, was the basement?
Basement.
The basement. Okay,
So how much
which
did
one
we
was,
owe?
excuse me, what was-
Chestnut on page C27. Looks like, according to the county fixed asset report, the building is fully depreciated, but subsequent renovations resulted in a $1,255 annual charge.
So these were the funds,
Now, Martha, the only thing I can say is this is 2023 for use in 2025.
right, and we're looking at current. So, Martha, you're Trumbull County Auditor, the Maximus report that she's referencing, they come in, so when they come in next, which will be very soon, they will come in and look at 2024 for use in 2026.
Yep.
You're on your budgets and also cost recovery, which is what we're gonna try to meet and see if we can do a little more than we're doing on that. But I'm trying to look.
While you
So
look for that,
Trumbull
Martha,
building,
I I still see too, that just so we're on, family courts building, it says was purchased in 1986. It's fully depreciated. However, again, additional subsequent renovations resulted in additional capital charges for a total of 76,000.
But that would have been probably just paid, not
Probably.
because it's small.
And then whatever this Main Street building is, 520 Main Street, that was the only one I didn't have time to look up what that was. I knew what everything else was. The building was purchased in 2003 at 1.4 million and is being depreciated at 50 years. So that's not fully depreciated yet. I mean, you're still
What is it? How much?
520 Main Street building?
Is that where the new Board of Health building is?
Portland,
But let me look.
and that's Board of Health is
No,
paying for
Board
that.
of, Board of
No,
Health
because
owns
this
it.
building was purchased in 2003.
Oh.
So it's, hold on, let me Google it.
Sorry, Sheriff Taylor, account payable clerk.
All right,
Not
Sheriff.
anymore. For the commissioner's office, 520 is the ag building.
Oh, there you
We
go.
actually get rent from the ag building.
Okay, so that makes sense.
Yes,
But technically, we're
we
still,
get 1250 a month.
thank you, Shara.
You're welcome.
You know how much we owe on the,
Sure.
Sorry.
do you know how much we owe on the Chestnut building?
I don't know about anything that we owe. I take the in. And
We owe on a Chestnut, it's
And
not
maybe
on
we
our
paid
bond
off the
schedule.
1255 annual charge. I mean, that's very
And
possible.
that's a very low amount for like a principal and interest. I don't know if that's something that we did recently, because weren't they doing some renovations trying to get the coroner's office in there? They did some like
I don't-
engineering project.
I
I don't have to
think
say
this-
construction, but engineering, they paid for an architect.
we did do that,
Yeah.
pay for an architect,
Yeah.
yeah, but other than that, as far as I'm aware, we haven't done anything else.
And it's not on our bond schedule.
Okay, well
And
then,
one of the things I want to point out, and we can talk about it more when we have our meeting on Maximus, but we're finding errors.
okay, so this could be an error. Okay, there's actually,
Okay, okay.
That's
I'm
good to know.
finding errors, and
Okay.
I've had some pointed out to me other places.
Oh, that's
Okay.
good.
And so we wanna try to, when
Yeah.
they come, we wanna know what those errors are.
Oh,
And we
100%.
wanna, stop saying my name on that thing.
I know, I know.
700 pages or whatever it is. So we want to try to do that as part of what we're talking about. what
Okay.
we can do next, to
Yeah.
get more out of it. But we also want to make sure it's accurate because then that can help us,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So we need to kind of, as part of that meeting,
Okay.
we need to try to identify those. And so that when they come back,
Yeah.
we can say, hey, what about
This
this?
is wrong.
yeah, that's good to know.
And I
'cause-
stay in touch with Tate Anderson
Tate,
from
yeah.
Maximus anyway, so I can, whatever you guys need me to do, we'll get it done.
And I think we found this even with auditors coming in. Sometimes, especially when it's the private company one, right? We found that people were ignoring requests,
Okay.
things like that, because they didn't recognize who it was. And so if they don't have, or giving us, but not necessarily giving the right information. And so that's where we've got to work on it, but we'll
Okay.
save that for.
Okay. for our
More
meeting.
work to
Okay.
come.
Thank you, Sharon.
Okay, you're welcome.
Great, thanks. And then commissioners, if you wanted to get your answer on the Board of Elections pay raise. Auditor Yoder reached out to payroll, and then they had just sent a screenshot. So according to payroll, they both got increases on 6/24/24. And I'm assuming both mean Stephanie and Edric, correct?
Yeah, I asked specifically about them.
Or excuse me, the deputy, I want to make
Deputy.
sure I call them the right,
Deputy director and direct deputy.
deputy and deputy director. And then additionally, they just got the asking raise.
Like what were raised, because they just presented and said that it was in the budget for this year was a raise.
But-
When they said it, but they didn't say anything about getting something a year ago, that's for sure.
I can only tell you what payroll's telling me, I wish,
So ask him with those present rates, how much would they make at the end of the year?
so they're both a pay grade 14 with 20 years, so I can tell you that. Give me 1 second. I gotta get my pay scale, if you could just give me 1 second, I'll grab that for you.
Yeah, here.
We were just looking at that all general fund department. Just very
Wow.
utilities. And we move down to the request and mandated.
If you wanna, why don't we go all the way down? So they can see where we're at. We're at 3.6.
Well, it's pretty obvious that we're not gonna be able to cut any that amount out. What are we gonna do?
Martha,
How
how
many?
how did we had 7 million the year before, we had 66 million this year, we're budgeting 2 million of that being the 2 million, so really it's 64. Where's the $6 million difference? These were all reports that they were up last year in
Explained
sales.
to you at the beginning of the meeting.
Right? I'm not getting it for some
Okay.
reason, where the 6 million less is.
Resources.
Right.
Let me go back to my notes. So last year's estimated revenue, estimated resources includes the extra transfers that we made for capital expenditures and over budgets. That was 2.5 million. Also includes the 2 million from clerk of courts. So when you have that, that gets you to about 62.3 million. We also reduced the interest because our estimate on the interest, we were conservative on that by about 1.35 million. So if you look at down at interest, the 5.857 is what we had as actual, and 4.5 is as our estimate, and we did that for a couple of reasons. One, we have to be conservative when it comes to interest because, and by the way, the 4.5 came from the treasurer's office, not us. So, but there's a couple reasons to do that, because we don't know where interest rates are going to go. We're going to have less money as time goes on in those funds because we've been bolstered by that ARPA money sitting as we haven't spent it. So if you look at all that, you understand why it's reduced.
Right, other estimates were down 4 million in that. What are the other estimated
Right,
resources?
so that, the 2 million of that is the clerk of courts.
That would have been receipted into one of the general fund revenue accounts. From Fund 036, which is clerk of accounts fund, and then another almost 500,000 of that is every other year, we charge the entities for election fees. So last year was an even year, so we charged them and we received about $500,000.
Which we won't receive this year.
Correct, we won't receive until next year. And then I believe that left us with a difference of like $1.7 million, but that's there are a lot of revenue accounts.
So the 2 million was in the 2024 actual?
Right, because it's receipted in.
As a revenue in 2024.
This is revenue, it's not spending.
And then that $2 million, it came in here in one of the revenue accounts. And then it's,
Where were we at the beginning of 2024 then? What was our, like right now, our beginning of 2025, we're at 66. Where were we at the beginning of 2024?
74.
that's actual, I did,
It was on your,
something in 2020.
yeah, it was on your spreadsheet, Christie.
So that's like six, that's
Oh,
like.
here it is, it's
8.5
on
million.
this one here, commish, but here's the 2024 award, so, it was just a little bit different.
64,
No, that's appropriation,
okay,
That's,
65, here's 65,
right.
I redid my 24 to match this year's, the format.
Right, and I, as one of the things I explained, revenue is,
Actually, we're 6 million short because of 2 million.
well, they're saying it's not 70, I don't know where that 70 came from, that's
No,
what I got
oh,
that too.
The 70 is the actual, that was actual,
Okay.
and he's asking it right on the, what we awarded last year.
right, that was what we
Beginning year.
did.
That would be this column right here, the
Okay.
2024 award.
Right,
So,
And that's why we were under.
so that's what I mean, so how are we estimating? The actuals, because the 2 million came in, so the actual was really 68 without the 2 million
no,
64. Right?
on
Right.
2024?
Yeah.
But we weren't expecting the $2 million last year, so
I
that 2
understand.
million was part of the
So if
65.
you're looking at you. the
I'm looking at this 70 number right here.
That's the actual, not the awarded, the original awarded amount at the beginning of the year. That's the actual amount, what we ended the year with.
Okay, so when you take 2 million off of that, if we remove that,
Wait a
that 2
second.
million keeps popping up in the street.
But he's looking at the 70 and he's not realizing that if we include in the 70, what's included is the cash balance at the beginning of the year. The
Understand.
carryover, okay?
Understand?
So
Without that 2 million.
But as far as revenue for the county, did we bring in more money this year, last year than we brought in the year before? Or do we anticipate bringing in more money than what we had last year?
okay, I, Martha Gooder, Trumbull County Auditor, I actually explained all this at the beginning.
I know that,
I did.
but I've
And
heard we're losing money, we're down money, we're down. Are we or are we not?
We are, first of all, yes, we're down because our estimate for 25 is
It's
lower
lower.
than 24
It is. lower.
because of the interest.
All
right. And that's the biggest part of it. But as I explained, and we estimate conservatively, right, on everything.
How
But,
conservatively? 3%, 1%, 5%?
so first of all, the interest
That's
is
what we need to
estimated.
know.
That's not, the interest is not estimated by,
The commissioners are
their
trying to
auditor's
make the
office,
budget.
that's done
We
by
don't
the
have to
treasurer's
conserve
office,
it.
and they did do it conservatively last year.
Mil.
And then they have quarterly meetings and they update it quarterly
And
based on the
we're gonna get
market
to
rates and everything.
And
I just find that works.
Negative
And we
3,
have-
and Martha agrees.
So we have to be conservative on things that are variable. Right? When a lot of what we have is variable, a lot of our revenue, Martha Yoder, Trumbull County Auditor, a lot of our revenue, like sales tax, is variable. It is much better for us to underestimate what we think we're gonna get and then be pleasantly surprised than to be poorly surprised, right? So the sales tax is variable, so we take a conservative approach. The casino is variable, so we take a conservative approach. Our property taxes, when you ask about, where did we have more or less than the year before? Yes, we had a bump in property taxes, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting. That does not stay, or that does not continue, right?
So we'll pay less taxes next year than we
No,
paid this
no,
year?
it doesn't, the bump doesn't continue.
Right.
Right, so what happened, in other words, it doesn't keep increasing, is what I'm talking about.
Right.
So that becomes static until the next time we do a revow. Technically, the next time we do a triennial update, it will probably, the way things are going, it will probably go up. But, and, you know, as I've explained before, with property valuation, we are mandated by the state every 6 years to do a mass reappraisal, which is what happened in 23, payable 24. The next thing that happens in 26, payable 27, is that we have a triennial update, which is not a mass reappraisal. We don't go to every single property. It's based more market and cost ratios, and a lot of the percentages for that come from the state. So having said that, the only way that our taxes that we receive go up during that time is from new construction. Sometimes things get reevaluated, and sometimes property that maybe was exempt is no longer exempt, say a church becomes something else, right? So those kinds of things, but overall, it's pretty static. As I've said, our revenues are stagnant.
And
So if we end this whole budget negative 3 mil, how you feel about that?
We can't do that legally.
so legally,
What about Amazon taxes? When do they start collecting Amazon?
Not
If I shop on Amazon, I put a sales tax, do we get that?
You're gonna cut
Yes.
$3 million.
When did that start though?
Trumbull County,
That's only a year or two old, isn't it? The taxes on
the
Amazon
online,
stuff.
you mean for
Online?
online purchases?
Right,
I don't know, commissioners, I think it's been a year, it was during COVID, I think.
But
That Trumbull County gets the sales
yeah,
tax.
that's part of sales tax.
Yeah,
part of
that's what he's asking.
but that means that's something,
Yeah.
that's only something we got the last couple of years, right?
Right,
Like, it was some year during COVID. I don't wanna talk, I don't know the exact year, but yes, it was some year during COVID that the state reassessed that, and yes, you get.
Well, they worked out a
They
deal.
worked out a deal, is that what, I don't, I say reassess nicely, but
Yeah, they worked out a deal
Yeah.
because with Amazon coming here, the deal was that they would start collecting our sales tax.
Martha, yes, I just put it reassess. Commissioners before, because I know the clerk's here and you had questions for him. If I could just stress this, because this came up yesterday, I think one very outstanding difference that I see when I'm looking at last year to this year is $2 million off the top. Okay, in debt. We did not have that last
We
year.
had, it's about $200,000 more.
Oh, so it was
If you look, it was, Martha, you're Trumbull County auditor, correct. We incurred more debt.
Mhm.
We took out those notes for the stone building, for the elevator, was actually the year before, but, we took in March, the stone building, it's the big one, the engineering, roof,
Okay.
and there was some other, just off the top of my head, it's hard to remember all of that, but there was, we took out notes in anticipation of bond on those. Some of those projects are complete, some of them are in other stages, like the elevators complete. Some of them look to be close to being complete, I think the engineers is close, I think. But, and so then we would roll that over, and of course, the bond is a little bit less expensive than the notes are. One of the things that I wish that, as we go forward on those kinds of things, just I'll mention it since we're talking about it. We have a lot of money just kind of sitting there that we're paying interest on. And we were sort of rushed into doing those. Oh, we're gonna get those, and then they never started moving on them. And we have things where money wasn't spent. And that's a waste. So when we start looking at borrowing again for anything as far as notes go, when we take a note in anticipation of bond, we better be really ready to go and not just, the information that we were given is you need to borrow this money so we can do these projects, and then the projects weren't moved on. So I know that you guys are doing some different things with building maintenance and things like that. And hopefully that will change that and make people move on things a little bit. And we'll work with them to try to make sure that, we're told, if we're given bad information, or we're told that that's what we're gonna do it, and then it doesn't happen, it's a waste of money. It's not a ton of money, but I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I get the person who worries about putting another quarter in the dryer. And then I go, that's not a lot, at work, it's like, oh, that's only 10 grand, it's only 80 grand. And at home, I'm like, oh, I gotta save this.
Are you saying that we borrowed money and never used it?
It's gonna get used, the projects are still in process, but they weren't started. And so here we are a year later, so we took that note and, Christy can be a little bit more, we're talking about a little bit about the notes that we took out, and we haven't even started the project
Like
yet.
the stone
Yes.
building.
Thank you,
And
yes,
the-
thank you.
Engineers,
And the
Well, yeah,
engineer.
engineer's garage, we took
Office
the
building.
money out, we knew we had to do it. And then the bids were all screwed up in the,
What's that?
on the roof of the
The
engineer's.
roof is,
So
the
it took,
roof
we had to
is-
rebid it and rebid
no,
it.
but it's not the roof we're talking about.
That's not that one?
No, it's the building.
It's the building
Building.
itself, it's the
Like
North River.
HVAC and.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
And they are currently working on that. I only know because it was there too.
But the stone building itself has not been.
No, it has not.
And so no, we have money in that account and no money's been taken out. We have to, commissioners, you had, because this is your staff that do this. We have to know. We have to get good information in order to save the county money. We don't want to, that made me a little bit sick to my stomach that we spent money and interest on something that hadn't even been started.
Martha, can I just go?
Sure.
So you said the Mark Manning Sheriff's Office, sorry. We spent we have $200,000 more in debt, you said, but
In
why is it
servicing.
why is it minus 2 million here and 1.8 positive on the.
That's your, if she didn't, it was actually subtracted, but she,
I'm sorry, I have a typo on there.
oh, it's a typo
On
on
the
your
first
sheet.
one.
Not on these, but
Oh.
the original sheet that we got,
Okay.
okay? So it should have been a negative,
This
it was a negative in the formula, but it wasn't.
Okay, I was
it
gonna
was-
say,
it
because
wasn't-
that's throwing you off almost 2 million
No,
right
no,
there.
it's not, if you look
Okay.
at, if you look at our bottom line, the bottom line on your sheet is the same, it's just the way that it,
Okay,
does that make sense?
sure, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely, this question, and another question, so how much, that you say, how much, what's the approximate amount that's borrowed that's just sitting there?
Well,
That's just sitting there for that would be the stone
Stone
building,
building.
1.6
$1.6 million.
and what 919, 1.3,
So I know you're paying-
almost 1.7 is the stone building and 919 is the engineer's office.
So how much you're paying interest on that?
This year we're paying 85 and 46.
So these are
What
notes, okay,
I don't have that on this
So-
sheet, that's on the sheets downstairs.
so when we borrow money as a government, and Christy can kind of help me a little bit on this, Mark, we do notes in anticipation of bond. So then we'll, we might pay part of it off, and when those notes, that's actually done by our bond council, those are taken out from it.
Okay,
So we
Yeah.
kind of, it's not like we shop around and get
No.
an interest rate, it's, okay, whoever's gonna buy that note is gonna buy it, and we get, we have people that work for us, contract for us, that's their job, we have bond counsel, and we just paid for our financial advisor, or just that's what they do, that's their specialty, and they get our best.
so my question is, but in that account's 1.6 for these projects, our account, right, correct?
Right,
So are we getting interest on that?
well,
General.
yeah, we'll get interest on it, so that does mitigate that, but it doesn't necessarily mitigate all of it, as you.
No, I know, but I know you can probably get 4 or 5% interest, I was just curious if you're.
I don't know what our interest is, but in 23, we had an issue with, we didn't have a rating, and the only one that purchased our notes was our underwriter, because they had backed it.
Right.
We went through the Treasurer of State's OMAP program last year to get a rating, and we did sell our notes out on the market, and our underwriter, bond counsel, and financial advisor were very happy with the interest that we got on that.
And that's the money you have sitting there waiting.
Right,
to
that's what we
be
have
put
to
to
do.
work.
And just so you understand, doing that, working.
And I'm just asking.
I,
I'm
no,
not
and it's, you know what, we want people to understand,
Sure.
it's not, but doing that through OMAP, through the treasurer's office in order to get that rating, which is what we're doing, because we're getting ready to redo the note, because it's March, right? That saved us about $30,000. So, I mean, so we are, we're doing the best we can. The thing is, for me, is that when we're looking at projects, and one of the things we can do is, we don't have to take a note. One of the things about having that cushion that we have, that 14 something million that we have the reserve,
Right.
is if we want to do a project and we're not ready to go, it's like in between going out for notes, because we try to go out for notes in March, right? If it's in between, one of the things that we can actually even do is sort of borrow from ourselves. When you asked about that, we can do that with our general fund money. We just can't do it. These numbers. We can,
Reading of Diane's message to me
I'm
about
so sorry.
us
We-
delaying,
we,
whatever, go ahead.
we can borrow from ourselves
Right.
and then take that out and never pay it back,
Why
right?
was she talking to me?
Okay.
I was.
Yeah, well, I didn't know you.
Okay, before
So
we
my
open
paper's
it,
wrong, you're saying it's $2 million is
Huh?
minus.
Right, the minus 2 million is correct, it's the minus 1.8 that's wrong. There should be a minus in front of it, you were right, there should be a minus, because what we
Right.
do is we take that, okay, we estimate our sales.
This number still stayed the same, so it kind of worked itself out, so this number would have been
Okay,
different.
yeah.
But
It ends up
these
on
numbers
this
are
rate.
correct, the bottom?
Yes,
1.34,
They
so
took
that's
the
for,
total.
so,
Yes.
so that totals
And these
3.9
are
million
correct.
minus then, right?
you're on.
Yes, because included in the other resources is the
I'll
2
wait for
million
him
from the
because he
surplus.
asked the question too.
Okay,
And then a little bit more in interest.
so we're short,
We're
you're short this year, 3.9 million, then, right? With these two numbers?
He ran it.
Do you need to slower?
Kirk can bring.
Yeah, let,
Mark,
It's not like
And then these are, and then these are actual too.
Thank you.
These are-
All right, let's get back to business.
okay, just like,
Commissioner-
thanks.
Keep us on tack. There's side conversations we gotta.
Commissioners, you asked me a question. Commissioner Bernard would like to answer, but I do want your undivided attention because this is the same question that everybody has asked me collectively. Let's go back to the Board of Elections. I am only going to speak in facts, and the fact is this: they are right now at the pay range 14 year 20 for payroll, which would be the 97,000 that they're showing you on the spreadsheet. They are already there.
I'm supposed to be 93,000 from 75 to 93, so they went from 75 to 97,
Well, so
$22,000 raise.
right now, as of right now, pay range 14 to 20 years is 96,809. Plus you have to factor in obviously their longevity and, you know,
So it went from 75,000 to 97. That's a travesty. That's absurd. Where's the newspaper when we need them here with this?
I don't know, because your human resources likes to, everybody likes to talk about human resources department and I over. Okay. Anyways,
And we did that take effect.
So they both got those increases on 6/24/24, and then as of 2/1/25. So the way that I'm reading this is they have the increases as of June.
Couldn't have been. They had no, there's no
You
way.
know, and that's what Kim said.
If they get to June, that was in last year's budget, then we do need to go down to 1.25.
So what I'm telling you is that, I mean, I don't have my computer with me. I don't have a laptop. My laptop stays at home because it is not the laptops that everybody else has. It's literally a piece of plastic. I travel with it, it'll break. It's not like those.
Mine is mine.
Yeah.
Mine isn't even a
So,
copy of one, mine is.
I
my
couldn't
personal.
check for you, but I can tell you what payroll told us is that they both got pay grade increases on 6/24/24. So I'm assuming that they went from the 75,000 up to whatever they're at right now on 6/24/24.
But when they came in November, that's when they asked for the.
Right.
But what if they had already gotten it, Commissioner?
Well, that's what we need to
And
know.
what if they were asking you to fund it going forward, is what I'm saying. I don't know. I'll have to look myself when I get back to my desk. I'll look at
I
myself.
mean, that should have made the papers with it. I mean, they have monthly board of elections meetings and if nobody reported that
Did anybody look?
or something was in, was that?
Did anybody look at their minutes? It should be public record, right?
I don't know. We have to call
Well,
for audit
let's-
report or something on that because
Why
that's
doesn't somebody pick up
absurd.
the phone and call the Board of Elections? I mean, we called everybody else. Why are we not calling them?
You're looking at me.
Somebody.
Who
You're
we
asking me
call?
questions.
Who we call?
Looking at me.
I think you called the chairman.
Call somebody call, Rick.
Your eyes got this big.
I mean, I can call the chairman of the board right now and we can ask.
You should know, it should have been done in a public setting, correct? In a public open meeting.
board meeting, right?
Oh, I think it was done, but I don't know. I think we have to call and ask them.
I mean, we have to abide by the sunshine laws.
Absolutely.
I mean. Oh,
Public record.
I'm sure they did. I'm not saying they didn't. I'm sure they did, but we just need to get all of our ducks in a row and confirm. Let me look on their website if I can see and find their minutes. I can't find them. Oh, okay. Well. Okay.
I'm gonna try to clarify.
I use a
just to be
website.
sure, like get an amount from.
Can she take a screen, like if she can take a screenshot for me, that would be extremely helpful. I know exactly where it, like. Or I can go.
I'm gonna ask her. if
Hey,
it's
Mark, Danny Malloy. Hey,
actual
we're right in the middle of our
salaries
budget
or-
hearing and they wanted me to call you. I'm sitting
There
here
should
with
be
the
a
whole board thing.
PR
You're not on
change,
speaker
a
or anything as of
personnel
now,
action
but
change,
yeah.
that will show you the
Right.
exact. what date
Looking
what
at the
amount.
budgets, we looked at other county budgets around us, what they operate on. And then it was brought up on the pay raise thing again. And it's showing on the books in Munis that these pay raises are given out in June. Do you know when you gave the pay raises to the director, executive director? They weren't paid retroactive back to June or anything, because they're showing June something and then. Okay,
What date?
Right. Well, I know, but technically they're at 97,000. When Stephanie came in here and said they were gonna give raises from 75 to 93, we just pulled up their salaries and it's what?
96,809.
96,809 they're both at right now, $96,809.
That is the pay range 14, year 20. According to payroll, that's what they're at right now, no matter what.
They're both grade 14.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading.
And I'm just verifying.
I know, but if a director and a deputy director were giving themselves $20,000 in overtime a year, there's a problem when they can't manage the budget or manage the time
It is 96.
where they have to give
No,
out
I
that
think
much
we did.
overtime.
I
to
think
do
we
the
did.
budget. That's it.
Sure.
Where's my stuff?
I'm kidding, I'm totally,
I'm totally kidding. I don't
Right,
wish
but that
ill.
is where directors have the liberty to flex time, budget time. And flex their time, for busier times. Where they could be flexed and not extra expense on the taxpayers, because now we're looking at also the cash in for the sick leave and the vacation leave, which is right now. And the Board of Elections is still, you guys are still 240, 120, where the rest of the county's at 80 and 40 right now. So. To what now?
I hate to speak without being.
Yeah, right, I'm not putting you on the spot,
100%.
we're just,
I haven't seen
we're sitting here
this.
looking at budgets, we got 3.6 million more to go to cut. We just did two, right?
3.6 million out of that budget. Not really.
Right, right.
Huh?
we still haven't addressed,
The what?
I know,
We have.
but in the grand scheme of things, Alex, you
Oh, I know.
people listening to
We don't
me,
need
it's
to-
Which is
That's
a minor
not-
amount,
okay,
but, you
that's
know,
not-
it's gonna be a discussion.
That's against policy.
And it's still being discussed,
Yeah.
unfortunately. I don't know if we should be involved. But. Quite honestly, that's my personal opinion.
Zero.
I mean. We're on the spot for. And who knows what's going on with that litigation, with all the stuff, going on with that, you know, you still got metro parks, they gotta cut grass and do other properties. Huh? Anyway, I'm getting off track. Huh?
Can I ask a question? Alex Stephen Jones, Equalist Human Resources Department. So if we're all on a video speaking, but you don't have to identify yourself or Commissioner Ford or Commissioner Bernard,
No, what I wanna ask the prosecutor.
but we all have to.
What I want to ask the prosecutors, once you're identified, you're in the meeting, you have to continually,
That's kind of what I'm asking.
yes, that's what I'm gonna ask.
Commissioner,
That
that
is
Because it's
not-
crazy here, this is,
Yeah,
I mean, you're in the meeting.
Yeah, that
They know. Huh?
That makes sense.
This is himself right or wrong, what?
Calling,
Bill
but or
introduces
listening,
himself.
but they don't have
They
video,
can't
they can't
So then
see.
evidently he,
So I think that's why.
saying. You know?
I think it's for the people that don't have video, they're calling the number, so they can hear, but they can't see. So that's why I think.
Oh, in other words,
Well, I mean, on the books, when we look at units, that's all we're looking at is
like,
what
but
goes.
when they don't have to.
What paid in salary last year, not comp time,
I
because
get
that's
the point.
a separate
I don't
category.
know the answer.
So what's in munis books and from our payroll is, you know, now.
Even though you're
$8,000
running the meeting,
more than what they were on books for last year,
yeah,
not including the comp
I
time.
mean,
And that's-
they
that's what
really.
they try to speak.
Matter of fact, it's funny that you say that because I was just getting ready to, about 10 minutes ago, get a hold of Danza and ask that question. Martha, 100 times, you gotta say,
I know.
Martha Yoder, Trumbull County Auditor.
Yeah, but what about the comp time they accrued that's maxed out right now, they're gonna get paid for? Or be able to utilize 300 hours or something, I think it is.
Yeah,
I'm sure he has.
Do you never forget?
no, he's good with that.
He says who he is. And he's the guy he's gonna go at.
But he
Yeah.
doesn't. talk much. Certainly not as much as me.
Okay.
Too bad there wasn't some kind of recognition where once you're talking, it'll say Martha Yoder, once you say it, it picks up your voice. Like voice recognition. With today's
Okay,
technology.
that we'll need to know, because that's one of the sticking points we have right now too. Is that's what we're off the budget as of right now, because it's based on what. And also, right now, we have the exact,
The only time.
exactly, oh no, actually, we have even more than Portage County.
All right, we're getting.
Your question two, we got
We're waiting for.
look
Are we
at
on?
2.25 in an off election year, which
Or we took a little.
got you pretty hard. But it's the same as what other counties around us are operating on to do the same elections that we do.
Mr. Chairman. Put the meeting in. Or you're not on the clock.
But we're just looking at, they get the job done on this budget with the normal work that needs done for an election, statewide, countywide, federal, same thing.
They can see that happens, just call.
So you just.
No, because you get excited. That's what happens when I can tell when you get excited. Your eyes get,
There's the eyes. It's a little flush too. Little flush.
yeah. Well, that's what that is that's the intensity.
Gotcha.
There's passion, intensity.
Happy, sad,
I'm the same.
angry,
Right.
laughing.
And sentence to sentence.
It's the fair skin.
Yes. Yeah, but it's down to 1.5 as of right now.
I'm glad she has the name of my scenes correct. She probably did. I don't know if he does. Tim needs to be this. But I do not like sunflower seeds, so I just.
What do you think, Commissioner? Where we
I mean, you just have to understand too, that,
3 million.
that rate that was looked up, where they're both getting paid, two of them
Are you gonna make?
are getting paid more than 85% of all the department heads.
I'm holding up and saying
Our
prayers.
HR director, including department heads, have been here with us for 20 years. And it's two of them getting paid that much money. And it was something that your next highest paid employee in the books makes 49. So you got a $46,000 difference between the bosses and their next employee, which is like the CEOs of Amazon versus the president of the plant.
Pretty crazy. I walked in there the other day, there was nobody in.
Where?
They are,
Affordable.
they're like this and
This time of year, there's nothing.
islands, municipal filings today.
Right, but that has to be managed in budget too. Overtime costs all come to the budget. And if they gotta keep giving that much overtime, that's all we're saying is maybe they're giving overtime out like it's candy. Maybe they need to rein back on the amount of overtime and budget better when it comes to the work week, so you're in a time situation. If they gave themselves $20,000 of overtime, I can only imagine how much that the employees have.
Something happened. How are you gonna make it? Right. Just a.
There you got the information. Door.
So not big.
Just trying to justify it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, could you come and explain that to the board for this budget commission thing? Because right now Stephanie came in and we're like, why is she coming in talking about her own raise? You know, this should have been a board member that voted on it, not her.
Camper. That camper guy that was here. He lives in Hubbard.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. It was really cool.
I don't have since. I was alive. That's the one thing. I don't like fish and I don't like things.
A lot of
I
us.
didn't eat any fish in the Holy Land.
Not even trash.
We're infiltrating.
Oh,
If I have breading on it, I can't eat it.
Well, I
If it's fried, if it's fried without, I could eat, I will eat something air fried,
Covered
but I
so
don't, and
that's-
I'm eating without bread. She's got fish that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
understand.
I mean, every-
I mean, you understand too, but looking on paper, and just so you know, I mean, I know you get to your comps, right now, you know. They're making more than any board of elections director that touch us, including Tom McCabe of Mahoney County, who is much bigger county than we have. So that's a pretty big jump.
This picture on the shortness that.
He's at, I think he was at 94.5. 96.
That's fine.
Yeah. Correct, correct.
If she says she gets them too, so I can just believe her.
I don't know about them, we need to maybe check with the county too
It
about
went
this.
for the judge.
Sure. That would be great. I mean, I'll pass that on, we're gonna move on, but I just wanted to see, check on the date was the big thing, because we'll look into that Munis as far as the date. And maybe there's.
I'll look into I'll try to get.
He said it only went into effect sometime in the last 2 months, as far as he knows.
So they were, according to what I was texted, they went up a grade in, six 24.
He justified it based on the amount of overtime they were using when they were making 75 plus overtime. And then I just started adhering to county policy, which is no overtime. And then they complained they were only getting comp time plus their pay. They maxed out the comp time, couldn't get any more. So then
Unless you want.
they asked the board to get rid of the comp, just put them on straight pay, which is what they did, but they based on how much overtime they were getting. And my answer was, if they're allotting that much overtime, maybe they're budgeting incorrectly. I mean, if any of our department heads came in and gave themselves $20,000 worth of overtime, we'd have a problem.
It's a little hard.
Although I understand there are longer hours, but there are ways to budget to prevent being an overtime. If the sheriff did the same thing, if he had a sergeant that's all making $20,000 a year in overtime, how do we control that when we have a budget? We would be telling the sheriff, maybe use some other deputies, maybe budget better rather than just giving overtime out the best you can. And I'll say, if other counties can do it, we can do it. Based on what their budgets are.
Well, what did he say to that?
He said he'd be happy to come in, sit down with one commissioner and the HR director and go over the figures and the comps and rework it. They were just, it went based on their research, what they had.
Well, he's already gave out.
Based on-
Gave the raises though.
Um,
Are they gonna take the raises back? They're not gonna.
He said he could. He said the board can, he said, we will be fair, we'll work with the county. If we gotta make adjustments, we will.
Don't want it up there, thank you, yes. We took it down because it's got personal information, we don't want that broadcast.
Well, I didn't let any,
You don't wanna-
I didn't let anything.
We don't wanna
It would
have
be
personal
interesting.
information
Yeah.
broadcast.
And I won't, I'll stay away from that meeting. I'm too tainted on this. That could be one of you two to figure it out.
Well, I think if he comes in, he comes into the whole board.
We can request that. He said he'd be more than happy to do that.
Why put it on one commission? Everybody, it should be out in the open and everybody knows.
When you're ready to go back to it, just let me know.
Okay.
I took it off.
We
Okay,
have,
thank you.
commissioners, run through Trumbull County Auditor.
So this is all private right now?
No.
My screen is not being.
Screen.
We just don't want to screen share. There is sometimes personnel information on there. This is public record. Their dollar amount is public record. Everything that I just looked at would be public record. However, sometimes I can't be sure what's attached in it.
Correct.
So I want to make sure not to compromise anybody's public information.
I understand.
So.
We did that once with social security numbers.
Well, I
Never
did
did
not
that again.
do that.
Somebody else did, yes. So,
Correct.
so the
Are we on
effective date of
Yeah, come on, but I'm just not
Go ahead.
sharing their screen right now.
I wanted to make sure we were on.
Mark Theater, Trumbull County Auditor. So, Alex and using, Christie's computer found the actual employee maintenance sheet. And there was, for one of them, we didn't look for the other one, but assuming it's both. A date of change was 6/24/24, and they did a range increase. Else is
Pay range 14, year 20.
Geez,
What I
that
told
was
you.
before the
90,000.
election. That was before the election.
That was
Six.
in June,
Yeah, it
yes.
was June.
He said absolutely not. It didn't start until within the last couple of months. They just voted on it.
Christy, are you connected to the printer?
So
No, not up here, downstairs, I could send it down there and.
So when they went from this pay range to that pay range, how much of an increase was that?
I'd have
Well,
to
it was-
look at what the other one was before that. Give me 1 second.
It was one,
So they got a pay raise in June,
it was up one, I think she said on here it was up.
basically.
You're not up there, right?
Nope.
that's a tail wagging the dog
It
there.
just says grade increase, it doesn't say.
They were, before that, they were at a pay range. Well, that's helpful. It just looks like that. Okay.
Well, that's an employee action. This should be a personnel action right here. See that? Like, figure out if you're right.
She has competitive label down here too, so. We kind of gotta. Well. I could tell him the master. Go back.
She's holding.
Or the only time before that.
So for all I can tell you right now, of all 2025, they've been at this rate. I can go to employee. Hey Christy, can you find me this Jermaine? Can I go to employee central? Sure.
Yes, access there. I have everything. I have a screen over here that says check history.
Well, they're trained to look
I'll
at,
send her
Mark Theater, Trumbull County Auditor. I said that I have a suggestion, because we are, like, look at it. We are still almost $4 million in variance, for a negative variance. We're worse than we were when we started. We had talked about what our goal was to get it to a 0 or a positive variance and then send it back. Perhaps what you need to do is get the departments and the officers to give you no padded budget, just what they need to do mandated services. Submit that, their lowest possible way. And then you guys start from that and see, first of all, hopefully that will have you at a positive variance. And then start from there to see where you can add.
Do you think they'll actually even change any of it?
I don't know, but at this point, you're still at a negative variance, and I think, it's up to you. This is, as I said, this is your budget, not mine. And I'm trying to help you as much as I can. Christine and I have done a lot of work. You guys have done a lot of work. But maybe it's time to just throw it back to the departments and the offices. And maybe perhaps what they need is written justification. So, go ahead, sorry.
2022. Okay. Commissioners, they went from the 71,000 as reported on your. Yeah, I'm gonna have you on that real quick.
No, I don't know if these departments are all.
Well,
I mean, is there a way we can look at, let's try it this way. If we look at just what everybody spent last year. And then start that out as the base budget, see how much that was, and then increase it with whatever money's left based on the raises that we have and leave
Well, that's what
everybody
I- That's
exactly
what I
where they
brought
were
up
last
3
year.
weeks ago.
if you wanna do that,
Yeah.
and then again.
See how that number shakes
I
out.
brought that up 3 weeks ago,
Hold on a second. Go ahead.
but that got
Get
scrapped.
back on the screen.
Well, let me
Okay,
just
wait a
break that
second.
number down real quick.
Oh,
So
okay.
in 2022,
I know that they were at the what, 7-1, yearly salaries we want?
Okay.
71,799.95.
Because you know why? If we do
and that
that,
was what day of
you're gonna be right at where they're at,
April
64.
25th.
Well, and then board elections, we're still gonna cut because it's a non-election year.
Yeah.
For 24, they went to.
I thought that was the
9,
right thing from the beginning. Now,
6,
with the exception-
809.
well, the sheriff, I don't know where
Sorry.
we're gonna come. Where was the sheriff? 20 some
It's
mil.
hard to see on the.
I know.
18.5.
18.5.
Isn't that like that? Martha's absorbing more employees, so those ones we know we're gonna need to bump up based on changes that we know. But at least if we're at that, then
I mean,
hey,
at least
you're operating on the way you had
it's a
last year.
starting point to
We're all attaching to the place.
There we go.
set it where they were and then move from there and see what, maybe we could, jiggle some money in other areas to add to. Sheriff.
I mean, we can try it and see what it looks like.
Was that just one?
We could have done that 3 weeks ago. We'd have been out of here.
They're at 96 now.
So you can access what you need for them and get it to the commissioner, so we don't, they don't need anything else. from you. All right, I can get off of that and then we'll try to do what they asked us to do. Go ahead and put it up for you. Thank you. So then we put everybody, what they would like to do is,
You gonna save that, Chrissy?
yeah.
You don't want to raise them, right?
Right, we're gonna raise
All right.
Well, not copying, I copied it, that's why I have all these tabs down here.
So what they would like to do is look at the actuals, but we wanna make allowances in those actuals for last year. For those capital expenditures, those larger capital expenditures, we had some smaller ones too, but I think the big ones, I picked out the biggest ones. So if we do that,
Can we just start with the actual, then we'll erase the capitals?
Do you wanna address the clerk so he can get back to work?
well, we might wanna, yeah. That's, well,
You do what you gotta do. I'll make it work.
all right, let's,
It's not very, that,
all right, gentlemen,
So we keep these mandated ones,
mandated pass to grad,
Okay.
great,
and this one, we're gonna go with what we spent last year.
great.
We can't just tab up the actual
should
column,
be.
column M.
I should just be able to copy. These two, I'm sorry, I'm too busy. In my head, I don't know if I had my pen. Okay, do you want me to make adjustments for?
Yes, what they,
Do you still have your page? I can't see the number over there.
okay, it's,
It's way over there.
so for prosecutor, you're gonna subtract 162,770. Sheriff, you're gonna subtract 436, 897.67. For Board of Elections, you're gonna subtract 261,560. That's it. And then,
Board of elections, 1,900,000, you can cut right out of there.
so let's keep going down now and see, how to do the last year's awards. Now, yeah, well, the thing is though, we still have to put, of course, we have to, yeah. You're at a positive variance,
Well, that isn't surprising.
183.
Yeah, but that's without pay raises.
That's true.
Yeah, but look, we still got a cut.
but
Now let's look at the ones we need to count. Let's go to Board of Elections.
Christie's Historic Auditor's Office, we need to add before we cut because we know we need to do the 500,000 for Valley Vision.
oh, yeah.
There's a contract on that.
Yeah,
Yes.
And then there's also the
and there's money. in
the
it.
local match for this one, so we have to add these.
And you have
Okay,
that
thank
on
you.
your sheet.
So we are no longer at a cost variance.
Right.
All right, going back. Where do you wanna cut?
Well, we go to Board of Elections first, because we
Alright.
already established that. And move them to 1.5.
Slight positive variance.
We're still on the sheriff.
Oh, the TIF, sorry, we've got.
The TIF didn't get anything.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, all right, so we're still.
Where were you on the sheriff though on that?
18.
Right, which we know. Or at least you guys have
Well-
something up, so.
So it gets us started with the year. And then you could reassess in June. We're going to need to reassess later anyways. Christie's Historic Auditor's Office. So we still have accounts that will be over budget. So I'll need to know what you guys want us to do with those at that time when they start doing that. So I'll need to come to you then, or do you want to when we start having those issues, we reassess at that time? I
Well,
don't know.
or do we want to, before we even talk about that part.
Okay.
We, this is where we're at right now. Do we need to send it? I think we need to send it to each office, department, and ask that magical question. Can you provide mandated services at this amount?
And they're all going to tell you, Alex, Stephen, Jency Bush, Human Resources Department, they're all going to tell you no, because you just took out their 4% mandated collective bargaining agreement and their health insurance increase. They cannot operate at that.
Well, then,
And then you even cut the week, somehow our prosecutors' numbers are off too, so you gave everybody else, right, 2024 actuals,
no, we took,
Oh.
we did, yes, but they're 2024.
minus capital.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So we
So
didn't,
prosecutors look at, I see what you're saying.
so,
Okay,
but here's the thing, yes, they're gonna say that, but they also have to justify it. And I understand, when we're talking mandated, I understand you've got mandated increases, but you don't necessarily require every single staff. We talk about layoffs. Nobody wants to say those words, but we
Well,
only
we
have X
can't-
amount of money.
yeah, so we can't lay off. I guess what I'm asking is. That's what Bill Danzo was saying, we gotta watch where we get into,
Okay,
the layoff, that'll be an executive session conversation, but.
sure, I understand.
We gotta watch because, again, you wanna talk about layoffs, and I don't wanna do this year, I really don't, but.
I don't wanna talk about it.
You don't
either.
have to talk about layoffs, Christie's Historic Auditor's Office, you have to talk about that per se, we can just say, we have a limited amount of money that we need to distribute to various departments. Mandated amounts to go to
Mhm.
various places,
Right.
various general fund departments, and then various other funds and departments and entities that are requesting money.
Well, can I ask you a question,
Mhm.
commissioners?
Yeah.
Can you zero out all the requests? And see where that puts us?
Okay.
And put back what we need to operate in these other departments. We know that.
Mhm.
I'm not saying this is the answer either, I'm just saying.
Well, this is kind of where I had mentioned earlier, how we needed to worry about the general fund departments
Yes.
first, and then worry about these
Yes.
leaders.
Leaders, yeah,
Sorry.
all right.
I don't know
I'm so
why.
happy. Okay, so we're at a positive $4.1 million. CSEA,
I'm not saying this is the answer, I'm just saying, do we go back though and put back what the 4% would have been in the general fund? Whatever we had just taken out of that bucket above this.
We just put them to 2020.
Okay, but can we put them back to 2025? We know that they're gonna need a 4% increase in health insurance, is what I'm saying. Like, where did those numbers go?
the ones where they were picking numbers,
That's right here, so.
That's
That's their request.
the department requested.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Oh, I'm sorry. So what's the variance between that 67 and,
Well, that's 67 million right here and that's,
so we're still over five, we would be over,
let's see.
so we,
Okay, if you take that, yeah,
I can do it, I just.
I'm sorry,
No, you're fine.
it's okay.
6 months.
that's what I thought.
You took that for me.
That's what the raises and
Yeah, that's,
But everybody's request,
yeah,
That's what I wanted to see, you know what I mean?
right.
So we are at top of the house, that's what you're looking at.
So,
Layoffs.
Layoffs. Layoffs. There you go, it's right there. I mean, I don't know how much more to,
yeah, this, if everybody.
and that's
That's what they
that's
want.
zeroing out everybody's,
So
right?
you're not giving to any.
Hmm.
But still, again, we have a resolution.
Well, it's gonna get better then, right? Okay. 7 million, 6.5. Oh, and don't forget the TID 6,000 to be added, oh
well,
no.
I mean, when you add those things all back in there, we're gonna be at where we start, 14 million.
10 million.
10 million, yeah.
Now, we did cut some of the, oh, hold on now. That 2025 column award, Christie, we had cut that commissioners down to like 9 point something.
Well,
Well, you
Right.
said to put in what the
Mm-mm.
departments had requested.
so,
Well, that was, I had put that in there to get to what you wanted at the
Okay,
9 million.
let's-
So let's go, you wanna go 9?
Yeah, let's do the 9, like that was like 17% roughly, I think, 9.5.
But then we have to do that for all of them. We go
Well,
down and
that's
right
what I'm
back
saying. She
to
has it
work.
somewhere else.
oh, no, that's 9,500 there.
The 9560.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
That would be
then,
great.
Bless you.
Why would we do that? Why would we cut ourselves down 2 million from when we asked to give everyone else exactly what they wanted?
because I'm not saying that, I'm saying cut everybody back down to what you had them at before.
Right.
She's got that on a different chart.
Right, so we just
And
have to
we
pull that over.
committed to not to only run partnership. All right, so where are we at with doing that?
Okay, and then one more thing, when we go back up to that middle column, can we, whatever the commissioners had chosen to cut that 2025 award down to. So we said the sheriff was gonna be at what, 18, we agree, would you guys agree on 19.5? 19.5. I think they said the I'm so sorry.
I can.
She's got the whole thing that we
We
already
just do a
got.
copy and paste and.
Yeah, but
kind of-
why put it back there? I don't get what you're
That's
getting
right
at.
there.
Okay,
All she gotta do is go click on the other tab and she's already got it all saved.
Chrissy, that didn't go to 19.5, it went to 20.
I went back to
I see
here
it,
because she
okay.
was saying about these numbers and I was trying to remember and I'm like, well, we have them on the other tab, so.
Cause did you, on the other tab, is it the whole spreadsheet or you just?
Yeah, no, the other tab, because like, we gotta do it.
Well, I didn't see her do the other tab, so I'm.
Yeah, I did a one down here, I don't wanna mess
Gotcha.
up the first
Okay.
one, so.
great.
Yeah, see, there's.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
I'm very
all right.
cautious with things.
Awesome, so let's go down here and zero out all of the requests then. So zero, yes, all these,
Well, we can't zero all of them because some of them they've been committed to in other ways through
Sure.
resolution.
and then that's fine, so just zero out, I guess what, you know what I mean?
So the Trumbull Neighborhood Partnership and the Valley Vision, and the Valley Vision, we're pulling money from the MCO account, and then the clerk of courts is,
And I am not saying this is the answer, I just need to see something.
we're still in.
Uh-huh. And commissioners, you cut the BOE down, is that correct? Board of Education, or elections, sorry.
Yeah, you had that at was that at 1.5? Is that okay? That's where they had it, yeah.
But we just took out CSEA, dog kennel, 911.
Survey.
Yeah, is it what we got? Not fund 911, not fund the fair.
Yeah, we got it, yeah.
CSEA, dog kennel.
I just want the board to see your options. And the reality is, and I know that you do not want to hear this, but those are requests of the general fund. Those are not. You guys do with it what you want. I'm not saying cut their monies, but I'm just showing you that this is where you are at.
Susie Stark, Auditor's Office, the sad part about, most of these ones up here, CSEA, Dog Kennel, 911, and Transportation Improvement District, they are part of the primary county.
Yes,
They
they
do
are.
fall under the commissioners, and they are departments that provide services but don't collect any money, or collect
Well,
very little money.
So first of all, just to
on
correct on the
those.
Transportation Improvement District, we do bring money back,
And the dog kennel does too.
right?
It's
So
not,
it's
but
not
I'm
in
saying,
one.
but
And see, it's
that-
Townships all pay.
that's to fund
No, no, to
themselves.
fund themselves,
Right.
yeah.
I'm sorry, and that's why I said
We
significant.
can't fund ourselves
Exactly.
through that, we
No.
can't fund our legal expenses through the grants that we
Yeah.
get. So, I mean, for
they have to ask
$6,000, that's why, that's what the request is for.
Yeah.
Is the legal, that helps us when we're trying to make sure that we're doing everything legal so that we can get the grants. We got a grant for the turning lane for Mines Road for $250,000. We want to apply for more grants, but it requires us to invest that.
Okay, Christie, can we put the 600,000 back in CSEA?
No, again, that's what they were, it was
250 is
250, but that is the one where Melissa
They
and
can't-
Dr. Gano said,
They
she
can't
was
have
looking into it and they might be able to do more with what they did last year, but the 250 is definitely not.
And they have a match
Yeah, the match.
that they bring back in. Okay, so put in whatever you guys feel you wanna put in.
I guess go to their actual, what they did last year.
For 25, for 75. Put in 110 for the dog kennel. Just straight
This
last year.
will make them out over budget already, just an FYI.
They put in 50,000 for the dog kennel. 75,000?
No, they're over budget. They, like, if it's 110,
With the 260, that gave them a positive budget of $27,000. So
Okay,
really
so-
they could just go with the 230.
The difference between the 260 and the, okay, that's fine. What about 911?
They were 2.3 last year, they're adding employees, they already have, we gotta give them 2.5.
6,000 for the TIG. Soil conservation has always been at 175. That's Geauga solid waste.
No,
No.
no, that's the farmers.
Oh, I'm
the people, the
sorry.
Staff that gives the farmers their loans and
Or their
everything, you can't get rid of that.
No, is no, that's the Ohio State Co-op.
Now, the Soil and Water Conservation District is in Ohio State Co-op.
Okay.
As well as the NRCS and extension. Metro Parks, again, I'm still leaving them at virtually zero until we get over this issue we have.
So that TNP was, oh,
It's a
that's part of
grant
that,
match.
yeah.
a great match.
50,025 and
Okay.
2026.
Historical Society. You put them at 15 instead of just give them what they got last year. This is not, and this is just playing around with the numbers. Fair Board,
I guess we gotta do 35.
Commissioners,
Yeah, I hate to skimp there because we're growing there.
Commissioners, the only thing I'm gonna say to you is, I really think that what Martha and her staff put together with this. You should really go through and tally up how much in ARPA monies was given to each of these people that we're looking at here, okay? Because when you do that, I can tell you right now, when I did that. The sheriff's office got a significant amount. The 911 office got a significant amount. The Board of Elections got a significant amount.
Zero of them went to salaries, and that's what most of this is paying for.
Really? So you're telling me that those fair board, that money is just for salaries?
That's all. They got 2 secretaries and
Then how's it
whatever
going from
else.
35,000 to 100,000?
Probably want to increase services.
Well, I think we should be sure. Let's look. Where is that for?
Right back to the same number.
That's what I'm trying to
That way
show.
around.
I know that, but that's what I'm trying to show.
No,
them.
I see. No, I see.
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted them to see if you cut this bucket instead of this bucket and vice versa, you're still going to be where we're at.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to show them. So they can make the most educated decision.
Kind of like Martha's idea. All the departments, listen, we need a bare bone figure
Comment, please.
because
I think we already got their bare bone figure. I think when they gave it to us, we're gonna stand behind it and say, well, you're not cutting me, we're
Well, they
asking for
could.
this.
they could.
Why wouldn't they? Half of them are in the courts. They're getting what they want to get.
So if I'm reading it right, the increase is caused because of the pay raises,
Yep,
right?
pay raise and hospitalization costs, yes,
And we're gonna have the same problem next year.
exactly, that's what I was talking about.
So
when
we
I
need
said-
we need to make more revenue next year to increase, to equal the cost of the pay raises.
Or you need to,
We need to make 4% more money next year somehow to equal that, just on the pay
or you need to
raise.
cut.
For commissioners, let me just throw this out to you, Alex Stevenson, Human Resources Department. Even with the increases, I can tell you right now, some departments did grow exponentially. That's going to drive your costs up. Every employee you hire is going to drive your costs up. That's just the reality. I know that your office, as well as my office, has cut costs in that area. But I cannot say that for everybody else. And unfortunately, I don't pull from general funds.
And I can tell you that I have less than I started with. And
Again.
I would, and I am also,
Could we be 3.8 million off in a perfect scenario with Bass Pro Shop, Myers and all the other retail stores? Is there any chance that the buffer could get there?
Commissioners, one more
Or is
thing.
that unfathomable?
When you
Never mind,
increase your
like that.
services, like Auditor Yoder had said earlier, when you're increasing services. So I'm just gonna throw this out there. Again, we talked about this yesterday, every water and sewer project that we continue to do takes more employees, takes more costs. Every,
but
police
that's,
service,
but that's
every,
water
and
and
that's.
sewer, water and sewer though, that's
need it.
it does, they're not pulled from
Yeah, they're
general
not
fund.
even part of it.
Well,
They're
but
not-
but it's important to know because
Right.
they are gonna be coming to you. and
Well,
not
and they-
For general fund.
right.
We have to project for
Unless
that.
they do,
Yes.
unless
They are.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing, you ask about trying to be more optimistic in our projections. I certainly understand that. The problem with that is that if we are too optimistic, we're gonna be sitting at this table and having the same conversation. And it may be more of an emergency situation at that point. I'll
Well,
let you answer.
Christy Cesaric Auditor's Office, we had a couple months in 2024 where our sales tax was less than what it had been in the prior year. And we had at least 1 month where it did not equal, or it was under what we had estimated. And it's always stressful when that happens because you're,
Right, and we
This is whatever.
keep an eye on it,
and
but it's,
and more than what we had, the difference between our estimated and our actual, we put out the excess, more than that was actually spent on capital projects last year during that
Right.
time. So we
Yeah.
use that, it's not
We
that we
went
just are
we went
sitting on that excess, we used it and then some of what was in our reserve for
Right.
our capital projects
went-
in both.
we went into
Sales
our
tax.
reserves for the project capital projects. We do have a healthy reserve, but that's important. We have to be prudent. We can't just give people the farm. And, with regard to employee, or with regard to being optimistic about all of the Bass Pro Shop. We have to wait till it happens. And that takes time. These things that have come in, they take time to do fruition. We have to get from point A to point B. And that may mean that we have to be, we have to cut our costs where we can. And it might, and I hate to use that word again, it might mean layoffs. I don't like that either. Listen. I spend more time with my employees than I spend with anyone else in my life. I don't want to face that. But I also care about my county and I want to make sure we get to where we need to be.
Sean Shook, Trumbull County resident. I'm gonna bring up something that I brought up in the past numerous times. Now, it may not help us today, but it will definitely help us moving forward. It is one of the biggest complaints that I hear in the community is people are very frustrated. Those who pay property taxes are beyond frustrated with the ones who aren't paying property taxes. There is so much money in property taxes that's not being collected. There's gotta be something that can be done, whether the commissioners and the auditor work with the treasurer.
It's not the auditor, it's the treasurer, and
Oh, I know.
part of the Trumbull County auditor. I do, that's one of those things, again, future things, right? I have a very good relationship with the incoming treasurer, and I want to work very hard with him to see what we can find out. What we can do, to do that. There are other options besides collections on those that we can explore where we can sell the debt, basically. But those are future things. And absolutely want to look at that, and I apologize for uptight. But we have to be realistic right now where we're at.
To get onto that point, John, it happened in Hubbard Township. We had a real issue with people not paying their property taxes, so Stan came in. And he was there about 3 hours. We actually he started a payment plan. Because there are some people that are wheelchair bound, or they're just so secure, they just, unfortunately, but they could put them on a payment plan to where they could,
And he.
you know what I mean,
knows
systematic.
that There are people right here. There are people that are just staff.
Well, they're abused,
And so
yeah.
I absolutely think that we need to look at everything that we can do to try to collect on those. I certainly, I get that because people think I'm the collector of them. I get that.
No,
Not.
it's not.
And that is certainly one way we can try to make a difference in that. But again, start from where we are. And we have to look at where we are. And I don't like some of the things I'm gonna have to do to get to where we are. I know nobody likes that, but we can't be blind to it. And we can't go, well, we'll just pretend like we have more money, or we're gonna anticipate more money, because that's where we get into trouble. And I want us to continue to be fiscally sound. I don't want to.
I think we all, this is why we're here, spending hours upon hours doing this, but, so with that in mind, what do? You contact the departments and ask them, where can you cut your employees?
This, unfortunately, I think it's where we're gonna have to be the bad guy. So we're gonna have to monitor overtime. We're gonna have to monitor policy and procedures. When people stray financially from being able to budget and go outside of the budget, we need to rein them in, whether it means having a meeting with the Board of Elections, whether it means watching the overtime that we have within our own departments that we can control, and adjusting work hours to make it
Especially
work better
that.
for everybody. We all gotta tighten the belt when it comes to that. If we're gonna, I don't want, that the L word is never gonna be uttered by me, not
Well,
my term. That's not
I
happening.
know, I mean, I
So-
don't like it either, Commissioner,
So
reality is speaking here, where are we gonna get almost $4 million to cut out of this budget? We've been here for days, for hours doing this.
And the other thing is, we're gonna need another $4 million for next year.
Well, yeah, it's not gonna add.
That if our income is $4 million over, we need that for next year,
So
correct?
nobody likes this word.
So every contract is different. Unfortunately, there's some that are gonna have a 5% increase next year.
And then about health insurance.
5%. CSEA has a 5% increase next year.
Yeah, some others only have 3.
Commissioner,
Some are 4, 3, 3.
Some, but that was not, that wasn't by an arbitrator. That's what I'm saying. When we get these findings from an arbitrator, from a conciliator, from a fact finding, our hands are
Right, but the
tied.
retro pay was already paid too this year. There's no retro pay coming next year.
And no, Commissioner, I still have 5 other contracts that we do
I
negotiate.
have a contract.
It never
next
stops
year.
for me. I have 13 contracts in this county, 13.
My contract.
Oh, I'm at 14 now. I'm at 14. The auditor's contract is up, 911 is up. I'm going into negotiations on that next.
Right.
I've been telling the board about this since I came on board. I have, very loud and clear.
Gentlemen,
I told them with the ARPA money. you-
So it wasn't campaign
Go
fun.
ahead, go ahead, say it,
Remember those
say it, go
days?
ahead. I want to hear it. Say it.
When I first came on, I implore everybody to go back to one of my first meetings. When I said you have all of these contract negotiations coming up. I said very loud and clear, there is a bucket for ARPA that you can use. Yes, it wouldn't have been sustainable going forward, but it would have at least gotten us over the hump. And I said that, and I warned the board that health insurance was increasing, and I warned the board that contracts were up. We have to look at these things.
Okay, well, do we have any of that already? What's the word, Martha? Money that comes back from ARPA. We know like today we saw Gary's looking at being $136,000 under budget on one of the projects that we voted on today. So
so,
that's money we have coming back from ARPA.
But you obligated them to an MOU.
right, the only thing that I would say, is that, so, and again, these are small amounts. Because we've already, and I don't think it's gonna work, it would have to, I'd have to have a very long conversation with the attorney. We've already utilized some of, we have a certain amount that we've utilized of revenue loss, six
Right.
point something.
And that's the only bucket it could have came out of.
Right,
Revenue
that's
loss
the-
for
that's the only
salaries,
bucket,
for
right.
health insurance, and
And-
I
and-
told the board that.
Right, and so, I know. The thing is I am not sure, but the rule on residual funds, right, when you have residual funds for ARPA. So we know we're probably gonna have residual funds from Mark's Tower when we get all done. We know Gary's gonna have some residual funds. Those residual funds can only be utilized for projects that have been approved already.
Correct.
So where I'm thinking the loophole might be, but I don't know because because revenue loss is its own little animal.
Yeah.
Is that we approve them for salaries for the sheriff's office.
Which we know is allowed because it had
Right.
been in the, and
Right.
we did two
So,
point nine.
but I don't know if we can do it because we didn't.
Wait, yeah,
Well, the only,
I see.
the. I need to talk to her. But the original resolution on the sheriff's office was sheriff's office and 911, and it was $500,000. So we might be able to pull some of that in that way. I need to talk to Attorney Rogers about it. But we might be able to say some of that residual, move that over and pay some salary out of that. But again, that's small, short term, and
That doesn't fix the problem for next year and the year
It does
after and the year after. So
and not advocating, just giving information. A 0.25 sales tax increase would bring in approximately $8 million.
Which is what Portage County has right now.
Yep,
That's
there's
how they
seven.
get
They're at
66,
7.
being 40.
I don't have my, do you have your list on there of the property taxes around this? Mahoney is 7.25, is that correct?
750.
Oh, 750.
With 0.25 at earmarked for
Trails,
Justice
correct,
Center.
thank you.
right. Sheriff's Department.
Ashtabula is where we are, 6.75. Columbiana is 7.25. Geauga is where we are, 6.75. Lake is at 7%. Mahoney's at Sorry,
I
what?
think you said 0.75. Twenty's at 1.5.
No, I'm doing the whole.
Oh.
Whole text, sorry. Mahoney's at 7.55, that's with a 0.25 for transit. Portage is at 7. Those are,
And the state gets
That's
5.5.
by location, those are the ones by us. This one here is by population. These are counties that have a population similar to
similar
ours.
to us. Claremont is where we are. Delaware is 7, Lake is 7, Licking is 7.25, Mahoning is 7.5. Medina is where we are. Just giving you facts. If you would do a sales tax anytime soon, if you would go through the process to do it, and that's a Danzo question, not a Martha question. The Martha question is how much would we get this year? If you would do it now, based on what I know from timelines, we would start collecting, we would be able to start collecting in July. We would start receiving, because we don't receive, we receive the 2 months ahead or behind. So we receive in September, so that would be about 2.67 million.
Well, it had been brought up before, and we took a lot of heat over it, and I just made a comment today that, you know, that is kind of off the radar right now. Do I agree with it? Yes. Do our residents?
I would rather personally budget down, give everybody less, see where we are every quarter. And if we go through the year and we don't make more money back, like I hope we do, if the sales figures don't come in higher than what we anticipate, that's something to look at down the road. I'm not to kick the can down the road, like
Right.
we've been talking about, but
I mean, it's something, but I
to jump
can't,
into that as our first
but I will
reaction, I
tell
can
you,
say no.
at some point, not maybe my turn, Commissioner Bernard or your turn. At some point, sales tax is gonna have to be raised. Not us, I'm not saying us. But you can't
That sounds like
continue
it-
to
That
offer,
sounds like a can being kicked to me.
Yeah.
what I'm saying is.
Let's
you
touch
can't-
Dolores County, Christie.
No. I was-
You can't
what you were
continue
saying.
to operate with expanded,
My ear just happened.
with, look what happens, food goes up, fuel goes up, price of automobiles goes up, everything goes up, services go up. Now, I don't want to get into that subject because we're not raising sales tax right now.
I wasn't.
So, because I just said it today and I'm gonna
Okay,
say,
let's bring up something that was brought up earlier then. The auditor, can we raise tax on marijuana dispensaries in any way, shape or form to bring us in revenue?
That goes to, that's a state.
That's
thing.
strictly
Those are
state.
things that we have nothing.
The
to do
governor,
with that.
commissioners,
He
Yeah.
did it, or it's in his budget.
it's
for
in his
today.
budget for 20.
But I'm not sure we're gonna
Right.
get anything of it.
That's what I was asking. So
That's
if
a
there's
statewide
anything
policy.
short of sales tax, short of income tax, short of any other tax, something on non-traditional, whatever, is there any other option?
Yes, special assessments.
And that's
Yeah.
based on
Parcel or-
improved parcel.
Improve parcels.
Because we initially, when the people were looking at that, and we were looking it up, we were thinking it was every parcel, and
It's
it's
not.
not, it's improved parcel. Which is, we have 144,000 plus, I like 144,000 because it's biblical. But 144,000 parcels more or less, but only a certain part of those are improved, I think.
And it's a
about
percentage of the
90,000.
Does
improved.
that include the cities or is that just in?
That's
Under
that's
us.
everybody.
All improvements, yeah.
are you
That's
talking
every
about
part.
like just a one-time,
Well, not one time, it's flat, it would
a
continue,
flat,
but it would be a flat thing.
yearly,
Like
Yeah.
$10 a
Like
year on
Like
every
$5
person.
a year.
like $10?
So if it's $10, if you say $10 a year, I think we have 80 or 90,000 parcels that are improved. You can only do it on improved, so you can't do it on a parcel that's like, somebody's got a vacant lot, you can't do that, you have to have an improved on it.
Right,
So I can't remember the exact, but I know it's significantly lower than our total parcel count. If you have 80,000 parcels, you do $10 a year, you raise 800,000.
800,000.
Yep.
And that has to be delegated to a certain entity, right? It don't go to general, does it?
It does.
It can,
It
it
depends.
depends on what you, but would you,
Special
you,
assessments.
If you
And
say
again-
for safety services, then it would have be delineated straight to 911, oh my goodness, sheriff's office, prosecutors, certain.
Coroner.
Courts.
And that was proposed to us too by Casey,
Courts.
that we can make enough to pay for the 911 center's budget and pay for their new building over the next 4 years. If we were to do an assessment, because anyone has an improved parcel, if you have a house, there's a chance you might have to dial 911 at one time. So it's like a 911 insurance for $10 a year is the way that she
Yeah.
said they do it in other counties.
Christy Sesteric, auditor's office. I live in Mahoning County. I have a parcel with a house and a vacant parcel. And I do have a special assessment fee on the loan of the house
For
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 911.
911.
how much is it?
It's $3,
How much?
$3 a year.
$3. That's all. Now, Mahoney,
But
they
they
have,
have a 0.75 mil,
FOJ.
0.75% just as sales tax.
I know they,
Their safety services is not in their general fund. Their safety services is its own special fund called Justice Administration. And it is funded by the 0.75 mil justice tax, the 911 special assessment fee, and grants and contracts.
they also have a 0.25 road fund.
And I see signs.
They have a road fund. They just did that.
Thank you
That's
for
very
the,
true.
so,
I have very nice roads when I'm driving home and I see the signs thanking me for my sales tax.
and I believe though, technically that 0.25 is just, it really technically goes to the general fund, but they have designated it as public officials. They
Right,
said that
you
that's
could
what
do it that
they made
way.
a promise. It's not within the, I don't believe it was within the resolution. That it would be, that it like, because there's only certain things that you can actually designate and legally say, this is what we're gonna, this is binding. That we're
One
gonna
thing
do, but
about
they
sales
made a
tax,
promise and kept
most
it.
people don't get is that we don't get 6 and
No,
3/4.
not at all.
They,
So-
the state gets 5 and
We
3/4.
we get, one.
One,
We get
right.
We
The
get
state's
one,
pulling
and
all
so,
the money.
and
And that's
so,
0.75 after you take out the 0.25.
right, 0.25 is justice, 0.75 is the undivided.
Anyway. That's a good thing to discuss,
So-
but it's
Well, I understand.
off the record right
All
now.
right, so what do you
Rand?
want us to do? What do you want us to do?
Oh,
Want my opinion
on
the sales tax?
Yeah,
no, I don't want your opinion on the sales tax. He came up here, I guess there was a question to be asked
well,
about
we
his
kind of
budget,
moved on, so.
but we kind of got around that now.
What do you want us to do?
What's the drop dead date again?
Huh?
The drop dead date.
Our appropriations have to be passed by April 1st. There's a lot of work that needs to be done.
And there are bills now, there are things,
We're
Right,
paying
we-
bills out of the
I think,
temporary
I think what
budget.
we should do is call in all the public officials. Set them down here and give them the facts. I mean, they have to understand where we're at.
Call a special meeting on the budget,
And-
again, pull them all
You know
in.
what? And
I mean, I like that
here's
idea. I
option
mean, I
one,
think we
here's
got,
option two, and here's option three.
well, and I do commend, I know this is taking a lot of time as our third meeting, and I know I'm seeing numbers in my sleep and I'm already starting to
I'm
fear
losing sleep.
I'm starting to fear the emails we're gonna
Losing
get this week already with this. But I think we're doing the responsible thing by debating this so much, because the easy way out would be just raise the taxes, which we're not gonna do. We don't wanna do.
That would be, that's probably.
The second easiest way would be just lay off and cut people. We don't wanna do that. We're doing everything we can to save every
But
job.
We don't, might not have a choice.
I understand that, but we're doing everything we can to save every job and not taxpayers, tax people anymore. And keep the services that we already have without losing services. So I agree. I wish we were looking at 75 million and we could tell the sheriff's department, tell Mike to go add $2.5 million worth of deputies out there. And
Exactly.
Randy, go increase the court system computers, and let's hire 2 more people in the commissioner's office and a grant writer and a budget director or whatever, and
We have
do that.
10 more
I'll
minutes.
explain that in advice.
So gentlemen, Martha, you're a Trumbull County auditor. Right, I asked you a question, what do you want us to do?
I said, let's have a meeting.
Right,
with all
that's
the
not
public-
us, that's you.
Well,
What do you want from us?
well, I don't think we want anything right now.
Okay.
I think we have to bring them in next.
Okay.
And let them look.
I
at
would
all
save the work that we did today,
Right,
save the work we did last week, save the work we did the week before. And those are all good valid things. We've hashed this thing around and now we're at the point where pretty much we gotta or get off the proverbial pot
I
right
was
now
gonna say that.
and make a decision and make the hard cut and let the department heads talk us out of some things. And because if there is no leprechaun, we're gonna trip over tonight with a pot of gold.
Sure. Commissioners Alex, Stephen Jones, Bush, and Resources Department, I just really, really, really want to stress this to you. You are going to have to get creative in how you run this meeting, okay? You're gonna have to run this meeting properly, and I mean, like, what we can't have again is department heads coming in here and simply sitting down again and saying, this is why I need this. You have to have the questions ready for them to drill down. I've been giving you all the information here, but you know, it can't be another pitch. This is not a pitch.
Oh, no, it's not it's to tell them,
We gotta move.
right,
Yes, I just wanna make sure
So
you're clear.
just to clarify, we won't do any more prep work. We will have everything ready to show you.
how
If
can you
want-
do any work? I mean,
I know, right.
We
I
just keep doing the same
I
thing.
understand.
Well, and I don't mean one, this is a weakness, but we all three of us are going and Alexandra to county commissioner training at the end of the month, where a lot of this stuff is gonna be talked about on what other counties do. We're gonna see county commissioners from all over the state. We're gonna spend 4 days basically in county commissioner mode on how do they best serve their constituents and what do they do? Not that we're gonna learn a magic pill there or anything like that, but
It all
maybe
boils
there's.
down to how much money you have.
You bring in.
I mean, we can get all the education and have all, but it's all on dollars.
That's what's hard about Christie's the Sheriff Auditor's Office. That's what's hard about comparing to other counties. Like I said, Mahoney County, we have the adjusted sales tax of 0.75. We have the special assessment for 911. We also have a bond retirement property tax, which is where the bond is being paid out of. They're not using their general fund sales tax for that bond retirement like we are. So be careful comparing yourselves to other counties.
And Martha, you're a Trumbull County Auditor, and even going back to Portage County, you said they have about the same amount of money that we do. They have a 7% sales tax. They have less population. They do things a little differently than we do. We will have with you, whenever you have this meeting, we will bring all that we have here so that we can project it out. Do you want anything from us as far as handouts or anything like that, or do you just want everything projected?
Well, I mean, probably some handouts would be good.
Okay, what would you like us to do? Would you like us to where
We
we
have that
ended,
last one that we have,
where
so that we have $4 million.
where we've ended today? That's fine. We will have that ready for you. Do you guys know when you're going to have?
That's a good, we don't know.
We're gonna do it next week.
I mean, Commissioners, yeah, you're running out of time.
Yeah.
So Wednesday then, same time, same bad time, same bad station.
I mean, we're just gonna have to get a letter, email out to everybody and just require, ask them all to be here. It's very important. I don't know what else to do.
We will have that for you.
Again, I hate to keep asking, but is there a way the Board of Commissioners can maybe send a message preemptively saying, please don't come with the same pitch, come ready to cut? I mean, they need to understand that they need to come with their spreadsheets, come ready to work.
I need to ask you to do one more thing. Perhaps you could draft a message in for them.
Yes,
Put it in
Commissioners,
order.
is that what you would like me to do?
You wanna tell them how much we have to cut?
Can we just say be prepared to cut anywhere
I think that's probably.
500,000 plus out of your budget?
Can we send the charts that we have and?
No, they wanna, no, no,
I would say,
it will cause mass, not that this doesn't already cause mass chaos.
but
okay,
just, I would say be prepared to cut as deep as you can. Look at all options.
Come with realistic costs, is that what the board would like?
Yes.
I would tell them that we're facing a huge deficit and, we're calling this meeting. lay out the facts. I mean, you don't say it like that, but that's what
Gotta
you.
cut as much as possible.
What day and tell me when?
Can we do Tuesday? Because I do have an obligation next Wednesday.
Tuesday, the 11th?
Is that a possibility?
It is. I don't know, those workshops, they're running real long. I don't know how long it's gonna run.
Oh, we need to write that down.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to shorten the agenda.
Or
Well,
maybe.
Can't do that, I mean,
we just need to keep it under
There's been
control.
people that have
well, we
been
don't
just,
discuss.
But you don't have to have, you don't have to have public comment.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Can at least next Tuesday, we
So-
need to
Yeah,
announce we're not taking.
now that we can do because we're having a department.
No, let's not, we're at a special meeting about the budget. Let's not talk about that here at this meeting and make decisions. Taint
Okay,
this decision. We can talk about that Tuesday.
February 11th at 1.
Make it 1:30 anyway. Give us a
1:30.
little bit of
People can
time.
sleep or people can eat.
Or do, we've been running our workshops until. That's what I'm saying, maybe make this a 2, because our workshops have been running.
well, Commissioner, you're gonna have this is gonna be a little bit like, look how long we take, but you're gonna have everybody here ready to be willing to cut. So you're gonna have to allow time for that too.
yeah,
You know, that's the meeting, so
I think-
we gotta get down to the cuts.
well, we're talking about it again. I think it should be earlier. We will move forward, but we'll keep the workshop short. And
Hopefully,
we'll go into, I think we can. Just like was mentioned, and then I think we could start that at probably, what, 10:30, 11:30, probably around 12:30.
And maybe commissioners, if you look at it this way, we can have as many workshops as you want and you can talk about potential things, but without a budget, you can't accomplish any of those potential things that you're talking about at a workshop. So this has to take priority somewhat over, this is the trajectory of our county.
Exactly. Great.
are we gonna say it's a mandatory meeting if they show up?
Oh,
We
yeah.
have to do that.
The judges will, Commissioners, Alex Stevens.
The only thing I'm looking at here, Commissioners, I'm looking at the 11th. I'm seeing a Geauga, Trumbull, Soda Water, Solid Waste meeting. Is that,
Is that mandatory? I missed, well, today,
that's one that needs a quorum of at least one commissioner from,
Which is that Tuesday?
I have that on February 11th at 2 p.m.
I was supposed to go today, but it wasn't a mandatory meeting. That's
Yeah,
why
today
this
was their
important.
Executive committee meeting today. Next week, I believe, is the one with all 6 of us.
That's on Tuesday. What time is it?
So,
Close.
And you can't make Wednesday, huh?
I got a doctor's appointment. I moved twice. That's for a testing that I had
Well,
scheduled
what happens if we do Thursday?
months ago.
Or Monday?
I mean,
I think Thursday would give more time for the department heads.
I mean, not that you don't need me, but I cannot be, I have arbitration and mediation on Monday, and I don't even know how Monday.
I'd rather do Thursday if we
At the
could.
same time.
I'm okay with Thursday.
Yeah, let's-
I've been leaving it open for
Let's
so
do
long.
Thursday,
Thursday at 1.
unless you wanna do it early.
maybe earlier. I'd rather do it even
We
earlier.
can do
Get it done
10:30,
early.
just like a
Start
regular
at
day.
10:30, yeah. I think that's a good idea.
So I can't take any number back to the sheriff.
No,
And then the last thing,
The
Commissioner,
only conflict on Thursday is there's an executive board meeting for EMA at 9, which,
that can be missed. Sorry.
you know, if we're 10:30, it could be this time.
Again, there's,
Well, sheriff's on the board, commissioners on the board, there's.
I've gone to 2 of them. And I'm not.
So February 13th.
Commissioners, I just want to make sure we're clear on one thing too. We are not inviting the whole world to this, right? It's just those who hit general fund. So you will not see sanitary, you will not see, well, you'll see me to help with this.
Right.
From.
Right. The general
Employee
people,
perspective.
people who
But-
are departments and offices who rely on.
Just
the
general fund. I just want to make
Are
sure.
we gonna include the judges? who we really can't cut, we've already heard their say too and take their time up.
Maybe they'll be willing to work, maybe
Well,
they'll see
well, they
it.
should, maybe they should hear the pitch anyway. Hear the story, I mean, you know,
Doesn't
not that
hurt.
they're gonna probably cut, but you know, they have to understand where we're at,
All she can do is try.
you know. They don't show up, they don't show up.
To who are we asking this?
Okay.
Let's be more specific on this.
Job and family service, just child support, no job and family services, they're mandated to share. Dog kennel, 911, the TID, soil conservation, Metro Parks,
We
TNP.
don't need soil and conservation, and metro parks, and, you know, we know what their amounts are, and there's nothing they're gonna be able, we're gonna decide that. And we know what we've done with them in the past, there's no use wasting their time for those minimal budgets.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying, let's be clear with what we want here, so the board wants no soil conservation, Metro Parks.
I don't. I don't think we need the
We're
farm
not
board
doing
either.
anything with
Fair
Metro
board.
Parks right now.
What about, so we don't need TNP, because then we know they're gonna
I don't
get,
think we need a dog pound either, do we?
well,
I mean, their budget's
Yeah.
so low.
It is low, but
they're requesting. 2.8. Oh, that's not one, I'm sorry, the dog kennels, yeah, requesting 260, so no dog kennel. Okay, historical society,
no,
no. Fair board,
no,
Ohio State Co-op,
no.
okay. Do you want, you have nobody here for maintenance, I guess that'll be Commissioner, yourself and, yeah, all right, building inspection, I don't think we need them to come, they're $818,000.
I don't think we need anybody that's under the commissioners. We're gonna make the decision under us.
Nope. Auditor,
I'll be here.
great, treasurer,
Yes,
prosecutor,
yes,
sheriff,
yes,
recorder,
yes,
coroner,
yes.
comment please. Domestic relations / juvenile court. Probate. All right, clerk of courts. County courts. Municipal courts. We have nobody. Okay, we'll skip that. And then that's it.
Do you do the sheriff?
Yes.
Does everyone agree? Those other ones, I don't think are really. What are they gonna say? I mean, we give them the services or what they get. I'm not gonna ask those little departments to get a minimum amount of money and give up anything more than what they get. That they touch their segment of people.
You do on 911, because that's a two.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure. And again, CSEA, you do or don't want? $600,000, you were proposing to cut it down to, I think, what, 250?
I think we need to find the facts out, if not them, on what is matched that's gonna cause them to lose more money. I mean, what's reality there?
You don't want the dog kennel? Okay,
I do think the dog board needs to be here though. We're looking at investing millions of dollars in our department. We need to see what her staffing is now and what they really need to get her engaged. She hasn't been at the last 6 meetings we had, although that's one of the big 3 that we're dealing with.
Yeah, but if you bring her in and we're asking everybody else to cut and you're gonna be talking about increasing her budget, it's gonna.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
all right, so just to be done with this, we have CSEA 911, auditor, treasurer, prosecutor, sheriff, recorder, coroner, common pleas, domestic relations, probate, clerk courts, county courts, municipal. No muni. Oh, we didn't get the board of elections.
Board of Elections.
Board of elections, sorry, that's my sheet right here. So we need the board of elections.
I
Who would you
would
like
want
me
a
to-
board member, or he said they can come with 2 board members.
So you
He
would want,
texted me and again, after we talked and he said, I'll read it to you.
He can bring whoever he wants.
He said, he's confirming the things that needed from us. The date the director and the deputy director compensation went into effect. The sick and vacation conversion amounts and when they go into effect. Because he said they did change that,
they did, but it's.
but they didn't come to what the county standards are yet. Maybe we get him to agree on that.
It wasn't
and
2025.
He said they're more than willing to come to a workshop with Alexandra, Board of Commission member, Board of participants to include 2 board members. He's more than willing to work together on this to ensure all parties are working off the same facts and justify this board's decision to recomp and conversion. Best regards.
That's very wonderful.
So
Is that 2 different meetings, though? I mean, that meeting and our meeting, I don't think we want to mix what you're gonna ask him at our meeting.
I think you're probably right. I think that's,
Well-
you're probably,
Can we have that meeting beforehand, so we
Right,
can get
yeah.
to the bottom of what's really going on here? So
Yes.
can he come on Tuesday?
well, I'll tell you what. Who wants to handle that meeting? One of the commissioners. No, I'm tainted with this. I've already been the loudmouth with this. And they're gonna view it as confrontational.
Well, we all
I
be
do have a
there.
conflict with a board member already. I don't wanna deep.
Then
into it. I
all
think it'd be
3 of
more
us will be there.
so have them, Martha or Trumbull County Auditor. I would suggest then, do you want to do it before Thursday, because Thursday is the big meeting? I would suggest maybe just at the end of the
The workshop,
workshop. have them
yeah,
come.
Tuesday.
Absolutely.
Now, come Tuesday would be fine.
We'll all be there, we'll
Okay.
just ask questions.
Board of Commissioners, are you asking me to tell them to come on Tuesday at the end of the workshop, or one of you doing it? Or Lisa, who do you want to do this?
I'd have the clerk invite,
Great.
reach out to, and I'll follow up with it, but let's do official invite from the clerk, the president of the board. We would like 1 or 2 other board, I think you can have 2 without it being a conflict. To come to our meeting and discuss this.
Okay, planning commission, yes,
Yes.
and then,
Oh, no, planning commission's under us.
no, they're not under you.
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
The
then
other
yes.
undedicated, yeah.
Then yes.
The only departments that are under the Board of Commissioners are building and vehicle
Right,
maintenance.
I got you.
Building inspection.
It's been a long day.
I know, I just wanna make sure because, and
So
your
what-
staff.
What time on Thursday? You're doing it Thursday.
And Thursday,
10:30.
10:30 is a special meeting for the budget. But the meeting with the Board of Elections, we want them to come Tuesday.
so you notify the press, right?
Yes.
We don't have much work. By the rules.
We are being pretty open on this because I know there's some counties going and say, like Portage County, they cut the sheriff's department 8 million from what he requested. And they just did it. 8 million, nope, boom, here's your budget.
Well, Commissioner, I'm not gonna lie to you, Alex Stephen Jency Bush and Resources Department, I've kind of sat back and thought through. Everybody's, and I understand, obviously, we're in the public eye and people are criticizing this process, okay? But with that being said, I don't see any other county doing this in public like this. How's it getting done?
Some have
Anybody ask me a question?
administrators, some have budget directors will look for it through the year, they submit it, they vote on it and move on.
Martha or Trumbull County Auditor, in the past, how it was done here, was basically my predecessor with the budget.
Right.
And you guys, and the boards approved it.
It was that way for the last 15 years.
20s, yeah, at least 27.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
And
Yeah, there you go, there you go.
I, starting last year, the first year that I did this, I really wanted it to become the commissioner's budget. Now, we had a lot of controversy about whether I should even be helping and all of that. I went ahead and got an attorney general opinion and said, yes, I can help. And I don't have a problem with that, but it really is your budget. And in other counties that do it, they have a budget director or a county administrator doing exactly what we did last year, which was sort of halfway between what Adrian did and what we're trying to do now. Maybe a little less than half, but and I don't mind doing what we're doing instead of, in order, because we need that money that you would use on that, and I want to save us money. But I don't want to go backwards. I don't want to go back to that. I think it is messy right now. I'm hoping each year as we do it, it will be better. It's probably always, having it this public is probably always going to be a bit of a hassle, but maybe someday we'll get to a point when we start collecting all of that wonderful stuff from all the great developments, that you guys will have a budget director, and our role will be just assisting the director.
Yeah, but the public needs to know what we're going through,
I agree with you on
and
that.
that's, I think that's what we're doing in Open.
Yeah, and listen, I'm glad we're open. I'm glad, I feel like it's, even though it's messy, it's a huge improvement, and it's painful for all of us. It's a huge improvement over the past. But we'll get there.
And let me be clear, by no means was I saying not to do this publicly, but what I am saying is I'm just very curious, because I do a lot of research. I go out to other commissioners' websites. I watch their meetings. I watch how they do things.
Well, and it's.
And I'm just not seeing the same concept of
Well,
how
and
we're
they're-
doing it. That's all I'm saying.
The
I'm just-
administrators, I think, in those cases, if you have an administrator or budget director, they've been empowered either by resolution or however to be able to do some of the things that we're kind of doing.
You're very right. And I don't see that behind the scenes because that's not shown. on
Right, it's not
meetings.
shown.
So,
And I like
Well, there's no
transparency.
other board of commissioners in alignment, we are.
well, that's,
It's, I mean,
that,
and it's sort of kind of been that way for a long time. And, you know, I mean, right now, we need to be in the open because people need to know what we're facing.
Well, with that in
I'd like
mind,
to speak again.
yes,
Sean Shook, Trumbull County resident. I'd like a little clarity before we close the meeting up. Where exactly are we leaving the sheriff? Because it seems like a lot of work has already been done there. And it seems like you already have a bare minimum number. The work's been done. So are you gonna hold at that 19.5 for now? Is that where you're holding?
That's where we are right now. We'll let the sheriff tell us if there's anything more that he could foresee.
I mean, it seems like Alex did a lot of work already to come up with this bare minimum 19.5 is what he's telling
Oh,
me.
18.5 is what she came up with. The 19.5 was what,
And they're saying that if we go less than 19.5, we're gonna have to start losing services. So
Well, I think the board has to make a priority, and I think the board's saying that, you know, law enforcement is definitely a priority for us, so, you know, 911's a priority. I mean, you know, those are two things that we have to have, and we recognize
that's
that.
my concern. I
Yeah,
don't want the
Yeah, I
sheriff.
mean, there's nobody here that I know of that wants to cut the sheriff and what he can provide in services. We need to at least keep status quo.
Another question is, clerk of courts was brought up here for a reason. He sat here through the meeting, so we must find out. The reason he was brought up here was to find out what his intentions were for that $1 million. And we didn't find that out yet.
Do you want to address that now or later or what?
Oh, you have a question?
Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention to public. I didn't know this was a public
There's been,
participation.
well, there's some concern on
Yeah,
$1 million.
Yeah, we can address that later, but to answer it as one quick question doesn't give you an overview where our money's come from and what they're there for. Total misconception about that fund, not total, but I think all of you need to know how we operate a little bit, and where our money's come from. Because there's actually more funds that I don't know that you know much about, I probably shouldn't not tell you. But they're dedicated. I mean, they go and spend on certain things. If you want me to overview it for 5 minutes, I will. I mean, I know you've spent a lot of time. I was at the doctor's office, okay, with a long-standing appointment I had that I had to do. So I didn't come over, I came directly from there. I didn't bring paper with me, so most of this is kind of off my head. If I get a little bit off on a number or two, you know, I'd be glad to sit down with you individually. If you have questions about the way our department runs, where we get our monies and how we spend. Much like other departments, sometimes funds come in that can only be spent certain ways. You might be surprised at a couple of things that where we have to spend money and how we operate. Karen, I believe, asked for about a $3.4 million budget overall. And that includes all of our revenue funds. The funding you're putting up there, she asked for 1.4. So of that 3.4 she was asking for, it's $1.4 million we were asking for out of general fund money. You're talking $1.3 million. I think $1.3 million was awarded. She spent $1 million, almost $1.2 million actual. did a nice job of doing that. We've been looking at a few different things to accounting wise that we can do to help with the budget situation. I know what's happened. We can move monies into these funds that maybe she wasn't quite as creative as we can be under the law. And we are doing that. The three main funds, we have about 5 funds. 2 of them are very small, domestic violence. Those are wash funds. Those type things. We spend the money on domestic shelters and things like that. Very small, and you can't really do anything about those anyway. The 3 main funds you'll basically hear about are the general fund. First of all, we're asking, you were talking $1.3 million. She spent about $1.2 million. The pay bumps weren't included in that. Back pays and other departments have the same things. Health insurance pretty much was budgeted into it. What we spend out of general fund money, and this is pretty much it. Okay, our salaries, our benefits, which include PRS, hospitalization, Medicare, workman's comp. Beyond that, we spend 138,000 budgeted, and that was actual, I believe, last year was about 138,000 in postage. Okay, we and we do postage for your department, various other departments. We get your department, you reimburse us.
We do our
Yes.
postage. We have our.
You just sent us a $2,200 check. Thank you. No,
Maybe
We
it was
bill
for
you.
something-
We bill
for
you for it.
something specific
Oh,
with regard to
okay.
court things. but
Yeah,
our-
we
our
bill,
Right.
we have the Pitney Bowes over here.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's probably a specific.
Oh, your big mailing. We don't do
Yeah.
that. No,
Yeah.
no. But it's metered and we bill and we get reimbursed for that. But other than those amounts, the largest expense without question is that 138,000 for postage, some of which we obviously get rebilled, which goes to the general fund. When we deposit it, it goes right in the general fund. Other than that, in general fund money revenue, the budget is less than $10,000. And you're saying, how do you operate over there? Because that includes copiers, scanners, ink, paper, envelopes, anything else. That all we are able to do out of a special computer fund. Most of you probably don't know we have. And don't get all excited about it, okay? That number's $500,000. And if I don't take that money out of the computer fund, which I do not have to, I'm not saying, because believe me, we're gonna buy everything out of the computer fund we can, legally. We cannot pay salaries. We cannot pay benefits. We cannot pay any of those things. It has to be computer related. We operate all the software for administer for the courts, court view, all that stuff everybody operates on. We're the administrators. We fund the chunk of it. They reimburse us some monies. Okay, everybody kicks in a share, and we're making sure we get that paid. All that comes out of our computer fund. We are by law allowed to charge up to $20 if you per filing over there on civil side. That money all gets allocated, gets split up. Court view sends the money to the judges. They send this and that. We are allowed by law, and they may increase it this year. There's talk of that in the budget. But it goes directly into the computer fund with very strict allocations. So keep that in mind. If we didn't spend that $500,000 and I come to you and you start laughing about $500,000, you're crazy. We'd shut down in within a week. As soon as our paper ran out and everything we do, that's all funded through that. Karen did a nice job. We're gonna enhance that as much as we legally can to help with everything in the budget. Okay, but keep in mind, I can only do so much. And software upgrades that are coming down the road. Court view is going to go to 3.0. We could have $500,000 to $1 million expenses within the next 3 to 4 years. Easily. We don't want to come to the general fund for it. We don't want the judges saying we got to have a new version because they don't support the old version. We want to be able to pay for that. So that money's there, and we spend what we can, but we also have to look at the future. That's what the fund's created for. Okay. So if anybody tells you about that fund, it's not, well, why don't they just spend it all on that? Now, our other main fund, obviously you got $2 million out of that. The way that fund operates, first of all, this side, I'll call it title. You know, I call it this side and that side. Title department comes for, at this point, absolutely no general fund. None of that 1.4, that 1.3, 1.2 she spent, none of that's for title. Okay, we've been able to move some of our administration and bookkeeping and things because they do functions over here to come out of that title fund. We can't, you know, we pay for everything over here. There is a cushion. That title fund is by law, something to keep in mind. If that title fund runs short, the statute treats us like judges. You shall fund what we say we need. Now, Karen, I know in our lifetimes probably didn't ask for a dime out of there because she put money away. She was very good at that. Some years it goes up. Remember, you know, it's up to Rick to sell a lot of cars to get this thing going. Okay, if car sales fall off, we're like the sales tax. We're like the sales tax. Car titles go down, we get a portion of the tax. You get a portion of the tax, and you know, the title fee, which they are talking about increasing. So it stays over here. Now, every dollar I've moved out of civil is already saving the general fund that money. It's coming over here. I don't have to ask you for it. We've moved a couple $100,000. With pay, you know, we can pay everything, health, this and that. I can't move everything over there, guys. I can't legally. If they, we go by the job descriptions, my passport, I moved passport out of civil. Okay. 45% of her job description is title. I mean, is passport. I can legally, by audit or whatever, put 45% of her salary and benefits over in here. So I put that money, and I'm saving the general fund 45% of her salary and benefits as one example. Okay, you know, and our other management, our bookkeepers and things like that. We're able to do that. So you have to figure every dollar we've taken over and moved over here, we've saved the general fund. Not every office holder is going to tell you they run lean, and I hope they do. We do. We really honestly do. If you want to come over and see what we do, I'd be glad to show you. We have to provide functions for the court. They can get involved if we don't provide those functions. We are a separate office. We are our own, and we can do certain, you know, things. We're not under their control, but we work with them. It's kind of a sort of want to use. There is a legal term, but we work together.
Why's that?
Yeah, it's close. There is another term that's actually in the ORC. Because if we're not able to provide those functions, they can mandate that we have to. I mean, you got to operate your court system. You know what it's like dealing with them. You know, we face the raises, we face things, we have vacant positions that we're not filling. I planned when I came in, I know 1 or 2 positions to look at hiring, and when I get here and I've seen what we're doing, it's like, okay, we're gonna make this work by not bringing these people on. I had a big buyout. Other departments do the same thing. It came through the title, okay, not the general fund. If she was on that side, we had some smaller buyouts of the retirements coming. We had a large one. It's all absorbed down there. We are leaning on that fund. It's going to slightly get depleted from the $1 million. I can tell you that. And even if the economy just stays, if it goes south, we're going to dip a little bit more. We have to. We don't really have much choice. It's there, but we don't want to spend it down too far because we have expenses. And you know, talk about how the process, because I know a lot of you, we're going to get $2 million a year. I know you know that doesn't happen. Karen built that up over 24 years. I hope to, I'm not gonna be here 24 years, but I hope to proportionally be able to do that through the good times. But you have to remember that as we spend that down, that sometimes that's not replaceable and it's money you're going to have to spend anyway. The way that that fund is set up, that probably most of you didn't even know existed, is at the end of the year, all 4 of us would have to agree that there's monies that could be given to the commissioners to put in the general fund. I will tell you, I will be willing to sit down with you at the end of the year, like she did. Came to you, I'm imagine, right? The old board, you're the only one from the old board, and talked about that.
Yeah, but she only did that once, though, right?
Never has to do it. I don't have to agree.
Oh, that's right.
Well, no, I can't say that for sure. I didn't follow what she did for 24 years. Let's just assume, because that's a lot of money being built up over even 24 years. I would be glad and by ORC to sit down with you at the end of this year. We'll see how things are going. I can give you a better idea how we've sustained the year, the little bit more we put over there. I don't want to sound like I'm making the pitch, you know, because you're going to hear all these pitches from all of us. None of us want to cut. But we have done what we can. I think we've already made some savings. The problem is you're not going to see that. Like you could say, well, you spend $1.2 million, you're going to spend $900,000 this year. No, I have to lay people up and figure out how we provide service to the judges. I mean, it's just, but it's not there. Is it there? Of course it's there. But decisions between us and the judges and all of you would have to be made as to what services we don't provide, because we don't have a lot of backup in that area yet. We'll work with whatever you guys dictate, as I've always said. We'll make it here to serve. But I'd like to gladly walk you guys through any of that. We're not where you're gonna save $3 million. We're asking for $1 million. She asked for $1.4 million, you're talking $1.3 million. She actually spent $1.2 million without all the raises. So $1.3 million works nice. Will I tell you $1.2 million won't work? No. I'll make it work. That's what you have. So, but that's a general overview of, you know, I can't really even just say, here's that $1 million today. It's an end of year if you read, that's just the way it's set up. And I will pledge to you to talk about a portion of that if it's there. There's gonna be monies there. But do we wanna, you know, evaluate at that time? How we're looking for next year, how the counties look. I'd love to, for all of you in November to go, hoo-hoo, daggone, things are looking up and we're all putting money in the bank. But right now you're not. And if we can help in any way, but keep that in mind. $500,000 that would be general fund monies, we're getting through the computer fund. Is what the budget is for that. I'm glad to take any questions about any of that, just a general overview. But I think it's important to understand because, well, it's like, well, you got this $1 million over here and you got this $1 million over here. It's like, yeah, but I can't spend this $1 million where I want to spend it. I'd love to pay my salaries over there. Oh, yeah. I keep everybody, you know, going and working
Right,
positive
right.
things. So,
All right, you know what,
anyway,
Randy, thank you, but it's running late and we do have to. We got another meeting, commissioners.
I know.
At 7 o'clock and it.
Yeah.
it's
I'm
been a
sorry, I
long
didn't mean to
day.
go
No,
on, but you know,
No, you actually, the question was asked,
yeah,
we didn't even get through the budget.
no, I know.
And so maybe we're gonna invite all the departments.
Right,
So
right.
maybe it's a little premature, but I'm just saying, you know, we can stay here till 10 o'clock. We
Yeah.
can't be here till 10 o'clock, so,
You've got a big choice.
Just one more thing for today, take 2 minutes. I've noticed, and we all agree that the Metro Parks and the Pound usually operate at very, Sean Shook from kind of resident, got me, I usually don't forget that. They operate at bare minimums, we know that. And I forget what the Metro Parks is asking, like what, 160,000,
136.
130? All right, now I've noticed for the last several weeks that you guys have been carrying them at a zero. You haven't actually put in that bare minimum, why?
My direction, I'm not giving them a penny until they cooperate with us right now. We can't even talk to them without going through their attorney or their president of their board. There's nothing that says we have to fund them. Right now, I consider them rogue and not wanting to deal with us and not communicating with us. And we asked them to simply sit down and have a meeting, which they refused to do with EPA. They went their route, they've got their things, we've got our things, so that's where it stands.
But put it this way, Sean, Commissioner Malloy has his position. That isn't necessarily mine, and I don't know Commissioner Bernard's position. We understand that they service other areas of the county. Commissioner Malloy's been on that for quite some time. We kind of came into it. The only reason why I haven't made any moves is because, or I'm only one commissioner, is because at this point, it's kind of a mute subject right now. I know that we could put the number in there. It's not gonna make any difference because we don't even have a budget right now. But, that is something that I am riding the fence on right now. And I've talked to Commissioner Malloy about that. I've been approached by others that are squawking to me about defunding them and what have you. That's a whole nother issue. So I don't want to get too deep into it. But, you know, we're gonna have to make a decision on what we're gonna do with Metro Parks. And, but again,
It is a
that's-
concern.
Commissioner Malloy has his view. I have a view. I don't know, you know, Commissioner Bernard has, I'm sure, a view. We kind of this got dumped in our laps too, you know, so,
Like I said, the problem is they're running on a bare budget and they
Right.
don't cover things the way they really need to as it is.
right.
So if you don't fund them, you're only hurting the community. You're hurting
Not
whatever
so
they have.
much, because their director is spending time doing contracts on things on the dam and other times of not mowing grass and not getting grants and not performing things
And
where
that might be something he's
he's
addressed.
not performing with that,
My thing
in
is-
my opinion.
Warren Township came in here
Mhm.
publicly, officially, and formally. Basically asked you to use extortion as a method of winning this argument with the Metro Parks. And I don't think that's something you really should consider not doing.
Well, that's not gonna carry, I mean,
If you don't fund them, everybody's gonna think you didn't fund them because you went with the extortion.
well.
That was suggested by Warren Township.
Again, my understanding is that they cover more than just Warren Township. They cover the entire county. And in a conversation with the planning commission, with Julie Green, with Nick Coggins, years ago, the commissioners, it's journalized that they started these trails and these parks, did different things with Metro Park. So there is a vested interest in that, and it's the subject matter right now. It's kind of not a good, you know, it's not a good place to be right now. Let's put it that way. So I gotta end, I would like to call and adjourn this meeting because it's getting late, commissioners. If I could get a motion, or do you have a comment?
No, Mr. Chairman, I move to adjourn.
Second,
Mr. Bernard.
Yes.
Mr. Malloy.
yes.
Mr. Hernandez.
Yes.